is host Eric. This video is entitled Seekers, Founders, Lost-ers, and Deniers. And it's called that because it would seem that seekers are where they are, like their ultimate destination is seeking, not finding. And for the founders, it's their destination is I've already found. The losters, well, those are people who feel lost. And the deniers are those who are saying, nanny, 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 I'm not going to deal with this lost, found, seeking thing at all. This is a thought I had this morning. Hi, G, how you doing? So my plan here today, actually, well, I guess I will follow through on my plan. What am I right now? Seeker, loster, founder, denier? I think there's a fifth category of just people who are focusing on practical things mostly. Just when you're tucking into bed, huh? Well, so I think I will, in fact, follow through on my plan. Even though I feel a little nervous about it. Why I feel nervous? Just because I do, I guess. Hi, No Sage. How's it going? I'm the OG, huh? Just because I'm from the CPT? Alright. So I guess we are doing this morning. I was kind of going back and forth about it. There's chores and stuff I need to do, but I have been pretty productive this week. Quite productive, really. I've gotten a lot of things accomplished. I feel pretty good, pretty much like myself. This last month, sleepy week time, was really challenging. Although I do really think that much of that challenge came from me unwisely doing that boost bar, It seems like it's still too much, really. That's pretty fine, I guess. Okay. Seems about right. It does indeed seem about right. These are my most fancy looking glasses. Makes me look the most respectable. I say, would you like to visit me at the library? So that's me looking like a regular visitor to the library. Okay. Am I really doing this morning? I guess I am. Alright, well then. Nothing to do but to do it. Doesn't seem like a fair amount, but it should be fine. About the right amount, I'd say, probably. Perk it up a little bit more. Hi, Winston's mom. I'm delighted that you're delighted that I'm streaming. Do you identify as a seeker, a finder, a founder, a loster, or a denier? Deniers are people who are just like denying reality, just like I don't want to think about it one way or the other. All right, let's mix up my stew here a little bit. My horrible stew. Seems good enough for a mixer. Okay. Now I gotta get a chaser. You don't want to eat that straight in a chaser, that's for sure. Ever spoken with Stew in Misery? No, I never have. Or you could be just a practical person who's none of those things. You're just worried about practical things. That's possible too. I'm kind of in that mode right now a little bit, although I am seeking psilocybin. Okay, here we go. Disgustingness part 1, here we go. Gross, but not too unbearable. Again, gross, but not too unbearable. I think I'll take one more Wellbutrin. Yeah, we're doing that this morning. Winston's mom. It's true. May I just say how wonderful it is that you, whomever you may be, have decided to join us this morning. Help keep me company. Hopefully I'll help keep you company. And we can enjoy this Saturday together. Rachel's still in bed. But she'll be up here at some point as well. I was watching some YouTube. I watched a little bit of football, and I just decided, I'm ready to be a little bit more rock and roll than that. You know what I'm saying? A little bit more country and a little bit more rock and roll. Both of those things. I did have a very productive week. The dentist went well. I'm going down to LA on Monday to get a cashier's check for the dentist. And I'll bring it back to the dentist on Tuesday. And then it'd be a couple of weeks or a few weeks till they took the molds and stuff, and then he's gonna do all in one day. I'll walk out with a temporary fixed denture, and then some months later I'll get the permanent one. So that's pretty good. Monday I get my Adderall again. And that's going to mean hopefully a different approach to work to this month. I'm really quite determined to take a different approach to it this month, which is to say, I want to just take one. I'm prescribed 2 pills a day. I want to just take one a day and make a concerted effort to actually get a full night's sleep every night as best I can, and see if I can use it sustainably to both. I mean, the thing is, I was super productive this week, and that was without any Adderall, but I mean, it's just kind of, I'm just kind of overall ho-hum because my brain chemistry is accustomed to being messed with so much, and so regular life seems a little ho-hum sometimes. But I need to not be like a tweaker about the Adderall, I need to just be like somebody's actually taking medication that's prescribed to them. But yeah, I feel pretty rested. I got a good night's sleep last night. My digestive system has gotten more regular and stuff, so my change in diet has helped quite a bit. I feel with just a little bit of Adderall dust that I've been fingering and putting in my mouth, I feel a little bit like lively and stuff. Yeah, I need to be on a pretty regular schedule, I think, to be sustained, to live sustainably, I can't just pay no attention to my sensory needs and stuff and end up living successfully, I don't think. I'm just, for one thing, I'm too old now. When I was younger, I had a stronger constitution. I could go harder, rest less, etc., and feel less beat up in the process. Hello, Kevin. Kevin Hawthorne. Good afternoon from Mariposa, California, home of Yosemite National Park. Obviously, Lakeland, Florida is home to lakes. That seems a no-brainer. Hence the name Lakeland, Florida. Thou doth speaketh old English, but myself just doth not. Woo-boo. Woo-boo yourself, mister. Woo-boo yourself. Okay. So now I'm feeling like a little drug sweaty. It's a pretty pleasant day out today. It's, I don't know, probably 67, 68 degrees right now would be my guess. I don't know for sure without looking at the weather thing inside. I'm very literate at copying and pasting old English quotes. I watched an interesting video earlier on Gnosticism and the philosophical conflict between Gnosticism and what came to be the conventional, the Orthodox Christian understanding of, one of the big distinctions between Gnostics and regular Christians is that Gnostics believed that divinity and such, being saved and such, was reliant on hidden and secret truths, and accessing those hidden and secret truths, it would be the way to ascend to the highest heaven or something. But of course, that's not a very good. That's not. You're not going to be very successful at making your religion broadly embraced if your whole idea is only a select few get to know the secrets. Although Scientology has that kind of notion, Mormonism maybe does as well. Yeah, that sky is blue. Today, God broke out the blue marker pen and just colored it all one color. I also watched a video on the Voynich manuscript as to whether it's a constructed language that hasn't been translated, or whether it's just like, what's that thing called that is like fake language that fills in for blogs posts and stuff. It's called like Ipsum something or whatever. Well, there's somewhat of a debate as to whether the Voynich manuscript is someone's constructed language that we can't successfully decipher, or whether it's just a bullshit, like people just writing that Ipsum whatever it is. Now Fala. I don't know what that means. So I took one Wellbutrin this morning to go with the mushrooms, so I get a little bit of dopamine to go with the serotonin, Portuguese. The sky is blue because it's reflecting the ocean, of course. The ocean is blue because it's reflecting the sky, of course. It's a perfect symphony of blue reflection. What about when the sky is gray? Then is it reflecting sheep, gray sheep? No, Eric, when it's gray, it means there's clouds. Oh. De donde crees? I don't know what that means. I've been thinking a lot lately about, starting to make videos again. Something I haven't done in a long time. Joke's on you, G. Mongolia's sky is green, greenish to brownish, because it's reflecting the ground. Do I remember you? Crispy Acker? Well, the name doesn't sound familiar to me. But that doesn't mean you've never been here. Okay, I think now is the time to go get... No. Kazakhstan's skies are colored like sand. World's most landlocked country. In fact, their national slogan is Kazakhstan. We're made out of land. We're made out of nothing but land. You talk to me in my lives? Well, cool, Crispy Acker. You're talking to me in my live again right now. And it's the greatest moment of your life. You're welcome. Yeah, I'm making a joke about Kazakhstan. I'm saying that its slogan is, we're made out of land. It's a good joke because it's the most landlocked country, you see. I'm disappointed that I had to explain that to you. You could do better. Grandpa, he annoyed you. Who annoyed you? Hi, an AI agent. Are you really an AI agent? I don't know about that. I bet you're a real person. That's what I bet. I could be wrong. But I don't think so. You know, I watch a lot of kind of videos that I call pleasant core. A couple examples. Noel Phillips airplane writing channel. I like to watch Steve from Sidetrack Adventures. I like to watch this channel called Adam. He's just a guy who he takes public transportation to places basically. Where is your daughter? Where's my daughter wife? I don't have a daughter wife. My daughter is in Los Angeles. My wife is in bed. Do I support Palestine? For God's sakes. I do not want to talk about Palestine and Israel again. I've talked about it way too many times. Crispy's wondering if they should start YouTube or focus on school. Well, both maybe. What do you think of Alan Watts? I think he's just nonsense, just NI garbage. NI run amok, right? There's no reasoning to it. It's all just basically the same message, like we are one, Zen Buddhist, whatever garbage. So, yeah, not impressed. He's like that other guy that doesn't impress me. Oh, what's his name from? He's got like a weird name. He's like German or something. Could you briefly tell me what we do here? Well, today we're taking mushrooms and talking about whatever comes to mind as usual. The topic is something I was thinking about earlier, that you could divide people really into 5 categories if you wanted to: seekers, founders, losters, deniers, and practical minded people. Seekers, they're where they want to be. They're trying to seek. They're not trying to find. And so when seekers come here seeking answers and I give them answers, they're not satisfied because they're not really seeking answers. They're seeking more mystery. Founders are people who think they've got everything figured out, like a witness who's totally committed to a single frame. They're ideologues, basically. Sometimes it's religion, sometimes it's something else. And then you've got your losters. Those are people who just feel lost. Maybe they're depressed or have anxiety. They're facing trauma and stuff or whatever. Then you've got deniers. People are like, nanny, nanny, nanny. I don't want to think about stuff. I just want to play. And then lastly, you've got practical minded people. So, I typically am a denier, I think. You're under a lot of pressure. Not sure what that makes you. Well, it might make you a practical minded person. I feel like I'm under a fair amount of pressure right now, too, from life. And it's making me more practical minded. So, and of course, pressure is relative to what your expectations are and your normal standards are and stuff. So, I wonder if I could trigger the highlight feature. Of course, I'd like this discourse to be a highlight. Highlight, highlight, highlight. Maybe you can. Maybe you can. I did notice that when I made a good joke in one video and multiple people put lol after I made the joke, that turned into a highlight and was pretty successful, I guess. Can you tell me whether I'm a founder or a practical minded person? Ask me something maybe. Well, do you have a single frame of reference that through which you evaluate everything? Like, for example, religion, like I'm a Christian, and whatever challenges and questions come to my mind, I know that it'll be solved by God and God, blah, blah, blah. Now, don't spam it though, Winston's mom, or you're going to break it. And then you guys are just going to break it. You're doing that. Okay, so if you don't have a single frame of reference, sometimes people are like utterly committed to their environmentalist cause or some other singular cause that gives them a sense of I found what I'm here for, right? If you don't have that, then and you're not one of the other ones, then you're probably a practical minded person. I didn't put the fifth one up there because I didn't really think about the fifth one until I started it already. So and I think people should lol when I make a funny joke, especially because then I would like my funny jokes to be highlighted if I make one. I don't always make jokes, and sometimes I'd be talking about serious stuff or whatever. But I guess I'd like it to just naturally occur. I think it does naturally occur. If there are people here, and I make a good joke, I'll get lols and ha ha ha's and stuff. So I don't know. I trust YouTube to figure this shit out. I think AI and YouTube together are going to figure out how to do a good job of consistently clipping highlights from my live streams. But we'll see. One thing I've noted is they're kind of cracking down on 18 plus stuff. So I'm gonna try to do this stuff off camera. I am right there, taking my meds. How about you? What are you taking? A day off from being cool? Bam! You just got zinged. When I tell jokes, I'm not sure that I have until people burst out laughing. Yeah, I watched that video this morning. It made me laugh quite a bit, and I don't think it was intended as a joke. I was watching. I went on a little binge of this guy who was basically explaining the architecture of like Bible stories and stuff, and he's talking about how Adam and Eve ate, they ate the apple, and then God cursed woman to have the pain of childbirth. And then he said to man, and you will toil and suffer all your life long, and then you will grow old and die. And it made me laugh so much because it was just so like brutally just like, oh, just prepare to just suffer and then get old and then die. Oh, Crispy Acre, you need to chill out with your political agitating, okay? Nobody wants to participate in your political agitation. I don't want to talk about it, MFer. Just respect that, okay? I've talked about it plenty of times before. If I'd wanted to talk about something boring like that, then I would have titled the video Boring Stuff. Eric, have you heard of Hassan Piker's dog? No, I have not heard of that. I've not heard of Hassan Piker's dog. I'm assuming it's a dog that belongs to Hassan Piker's. Does the world disappear when you sleep? Is life a single player video game? I don't think the world disappears when I sleep, although there are occasions when I'm deeply asleep and deep in a dream or something where I'm as removed from conscious experiences can be. But hey, Crispy Acker, this is a family show. All right? Is life a single player video game? It's funny, I read a title of, I didn't check out the article, I read a title saying, Scientists prove life is not a simulation. You can't prove that. It's ridiculous. How would you go about proving that? The world doesn't disappear because the world can wake you up, which means it existed while you were sleeping. That's a good answer right there, Alec. It's a hot topic involving mistreatment that the fans of Hassan Piker and the advocate of Palestinian extremism hate, and I bring it up to make people angry. Oh, well, thanks. Good job. I don't know what to say about that. It's funny how people don't talk about their sleep or dreams when it's half of our life. Well, I almost titled this video Elusive Sleep because I felt like I was watching some TV, then I felt tired. I took a few gabapentins, which typically make me sleepy, and I went and lay down to go to sleep again because I thought, I was in bed for a long time last night, but I had to get up a lot, and I didn't really sleep that well. But that's when I think people talk about sleep is when they're having problems with it, right? And they say, I had a momentary taste of mushrooms in my mouth. Do I have neuropathic pain? No, I don't have Well, no, mostly no. I do have a little bit of neuropathy, and that comes from huffing nitrous oxide. But it's just on the, I guess you call it the balls of your feet. So you're 53, but only really been concise for about 25 years because you sleep a lot when you're young. Would you be able to email ink too? Take gabapentin for sleep. No, I take gabapentin for neuropathy. It's what I've prescribed it for, but I take it for sleep. I mean, it's prescribed to me for neuropathy, but I take it for sleep. So yeah, my neuropathy is self-inflicted, unfortunately, but accordingly, I don't do that anymore. Israel, Palestine, Shmizrael, Shmalestine. Can we stop with the Palestine Israel stuff? It's like, I get it. They don't like each other. And, obviously, I just don't even want to talk about it. I kind of feel like the mushrooms are kicking in a little bit. I could take another Wellbutrin, but I don't really think I need to, actually. I think I'm going to be fine as is. Sometimes if you don't have any kind of upper, then mushrooms will make you kind of sleepy, a little too serotonin-y. It's tricky having conversations at length about others' dreams because you can't participate in the memory of those dreams, and your consciousness doesn't advance as much as when discussing other metaphysics. Well, right. Okay. In other words, what Alec is saying is, two people are talking about one person's subjective data. There's not much one can do with that because the definition of subjective data is data that only one person or a limited number of people can access. One person, really, but do you think time and space are illusion, man-made stuff like countries, currencies? Time and space are just dimensions, ways that people measure things. So we measure distinct objects in space by Just making a distinction between things that are solids and gases, basically solids, liquids, and gases. Solids, mostly just air versus other stuff, I guess. Anyway, they're just dimensions. So you got three dimensions in space. You got a dimension of time. You can add whatever other dimensions you want to. You could say color. That's another dimension of something. The sound it makes, that's another dimension. Or the loudness of it, that's another dimension of something. So when people talk about there being like other dimensions and stuff like that, they're not understanding what a dimension is. It's just a way that we measure things. Currency is representation of wealth. Wealth is a function of beholdens and doing useful work for other people. Yes, AI agent, I have answers to most of these questions. Sometimes you can use as currency. Farts? I give you 6 farts for that. The guy's like, I don't believe you really have 6 farts in you. All right, well, if I do, then you're going to give me the thing, right? And he's like, yeah, okay. And then you go, oh, you ran out of farts. And you have to walk away getting nothing. Spontaneity and cognitive functions, well, perceiving types generally like to keep things open somewhat more, and judging types like things planned somewhat more. So you'd say that spontaneity links to the action functions and to a lesser extent the knowledge functions. Do you think that you are just a CNS wearing an organic spacesuit in this rock? What's a CNS? I don't know what that is. Is it a captain of nautical science? I do not believe that I am a captain of nautical science. Oh, central nervous system. Uh, I don't know what I believe about individuals, their identities, the stuff of a so-called soul, you know. I don't know what happens after death, but I feel like I don't know. I feel like I'm I genuinely think it's possible that any number of things might happen. And that includes nothing except just you're over and that's it. That's one possibility. I really don't know. I don't think anybody knows what happens after death. And ultimately, that's what's behind the question from AI agent regarding are you just a central nervous system in an organic spacesuit? Don't you think we're just animals? I mean, I think we are animals. Uh, and I'm not sure what happens to animals after they die either. Yeah, if your action functions are in weaker positions, you may struggle with spontaneity. But I think in some sense, spontaneously doing nothing is a form of spontaneity. It's a matter of whether you're deciding kind of on the fly as time passes, or whether you're deciding in advance and then relying on that plan. The body decays. Yeah, well, there's no doubt about that. Nobody. I'm not saying that anybody's body is a permanent thing. I don't think anybody's saying that. Elements do go back to being elements, I guess, eventually. I'm not sure what people decay into, except just dirt and stuff. I don't know, really. That one, I don't know about. What do people decay into? Is it just dirt or is it something else? Good question. I guess nobody knows. Has anyone here played Starfield? I have not. Carbon, nitrogen, hydrogen. That's what we decay into? Okay, well, I want a better word than those words, like dirt, for example. I want you to say that people decay into dirt or sand or rocks. Those are your three choices. What do people decay into? Either dirt, sand, or rocks. Dust, I'm going to say that dust is a form of sand. All right. I'm going to say that dust is a form of sand. So Alec is going with sand. Just like soil would be a form of dirt. Okay. Rocks obviously need to be rocks. I like to believe that people decay into rocks. I think that if you bury me in the ground after I'm dead, I'll eventually turn into a large diamond. Okay? Because the earth will be mourning me so much that it'll apply so much pressure and heat to me that I just turn into a diamond. That's what I believe is going to happen to my body after I die. Animal critters that are not human beings cross the Rainbow Bridge. There, they go to work for the Animal Distribution Center, finding forever homes for the animals still here. How nice, Winston's mom. What a pleasant thought for our animal companions after they go. I'd like to be buried on a reef in a reef ball where one dry part of me becomes a pearl and an oyster. Hmm, that's a nice dream. You want to know something? Do you dare? Sure, I dare. What do you want to tell me? I dare to know. Acacia does not dare to know, but she's going to find out anyway, probably, unless she closes her eyes. Ruh-roh is right. Actually, AI agent retracts all their messages, so you just have to close your eyes for a while, and then they'll probably retract this one as well. Because I do want to know. I found out today that one isotope has a half-life 4.5 billion years. That's mind-blowing. That is a long time. My half-life is much shorter than that, as far as I know. One isotope of uranium has a half-life of 4.5 billion years. Well, that's assuming you don't use it to make nuclear power, right? If you do, then it'll turn into nuclear waste that's got a shorter half-life than that. If you're just hanging on to it for no reason, then probably you should do something about that. I don't know. That would be lovely or included in a tiara or on a dress. You're talking about me as a diamond or you as a pearl? Because I'd be too big of a diamond to wear in a tiara. I'd be so big that I'd make your head fall over. You know, you wouldn't be able to hold your head up. That's how big my diamond is. The same as my whole body. I only lose like 1% of my mass when I convert into a diamond. No, I'm not a diamond yet. This happens after I die, Alec. When I go in the ground and the pressure and the heat come to turn me into a diamond, I'm going to be a 185-pound diamond. Cut. That's cut diamond. I'm going to come out of the ground already cut. They're not going to have to do anything. So just wipe the dirt off of me. Have I got a family motto? No. Not that I can think of. No. Gemology is another one I never got into. 185-pound. Perfectly cut. What kind of cut? Princess cut, okay? Since you insist on knowing. Perfectly cut princess cut diamond. I don't even know what a princess cut exactly looks like, but that's what kind of cut I'm going to be. Parsley, sage, rosemary, and mine's is hold fast. Oh, your family motto is hold fast? That's a good one. Mine should be, let's get this shit done. Let's get this shit handled. Make sure everyone's okay, you know? I know it's rare for the sapphire to work for anyone. Sapphires are lazy? Is that what you're saying? Why are sapphires lazy? Hold fast with a bowl. Okay. It seems kind of sexist of you. What about the female cows? Don't wear a sapphire because it's bad juju? Really? I don't think so. What about naming your child Sapphire? I don't think it's a very good name, but some girls are named Sapphire. Is No Sage gone? I don't know. Psh, we should call No Sage Parsley, Rosemary, and Thyme. Parsley, Rosemary, and Thyme is a good nickname for No Sage. Or simply PRT. We could call it No Sage PRT, stands for Parsley, Rosemary, and Thyme. G, we can call No Sapphire. What up, PRT? Sounds good. I think it's a good nickname for somebody. I don't know if it's quite a nickname. It's like an anagram of a nickname or just the initials of it. I don't know what you call that. I smell so bad. I mean, I smell so much like armpit stink. You guys are lucky you can't smell me. You'd be all like, yeah, let's get out of here. I kind of think it's a fine smell, you know. Smells strongly of Eric, but that's fine. I'm a teacher and give homework to my homeless students. How are they going to do that? That's a terrible, mean, horrible joke. You can sit far away from someone. Well, I'm not sitting next to anybody, fortunately, right now, so nobody has to deal with my smell except for me. The rest of you guys, you can smell each other, I'm sure, but you can't smell me. Thanks to the magic of camera smell filter, which filters out all of the smells. So I'm just kind of waiting for the special delivery. It's it's starting to arrive here based on the mushrooms that I ate earlier, which were special mushrooms. Cutlet bar. I smell like kombucha. I don't think I smell that much like kombucha, but maybe a little bit. Nothing. Northern lights smell very nice. Nice. They do smell very nice. I agree, but not the ones in the sky. None of us are together, even though we're all here. We're, in some sense, we're together, Alec. In some sense, that's the magic of the metaphysical external field called the internet. We we coexist just through our language interactions, just through the abstractions that we use to communicate. But it's nevertheless impactful to us on a legitimate physical level. Like people definitely have FI responses to things and feel those. And FI is of course a physical feeling as well as just whatever else it is, like emotional feeling. You're a bit dyslexic. That's okay. That's fine. So it's a pleasant enough Saturday, but and I normally would probably watch a little bit of college football today, but I don't feel like I'm all the way back to myself per se. After the previous bottle of Adderall to the one that's coming out, the last one, I've been off of it now for a couple weeks plus, but I really had a miserable crash. Probably because I was playing around with taking other drugs like Boost Bar. Um, my old brain, it just can't handle as much of the self-medicating as once it could, I guess. Being dyslexic is intergalactic. Values are independent. Valuing is independent of functions. You either have something, you value something in an absolute fashion, which is to say, um, it's an end in itself. You value something in an instrumental fashion, which is to say, you you acknowledge its utility to accomplish other things, or you countervalue something, which is to say, you wish you didn't have to incorporate it instrumentally, and you definitely don't value it absolutely. So there's really three kinds of ways you can value something. And I think you can get kind of a mix of instrumentality and countervaluing, which is to say, even if you countervalue something, you're still going to acknowledge that when it's useful to you to accomplish something else, it has value. That's why I typically just talk about two different kinds of valuing, absolute and instrumental. But really, countervaluing is a third kind of. It's really nice to be able to come online and live stream and have people be here. And it's really important for my mental health for me to do this periodically. If it wasn't for predictive text, I would be struggling. Predictive text is nice, huh? Useful. If it gets you right, it predicts what you're going to say correctly. I feel a little bit of mushroom cold, making me maybe want to put on a jacket, even though it is the same ones I've been taking. I got an ounce of them. So we'll see how it does. I mean, as always, I think it depends more on me, where I'm at, what I need, what kind of mental state I'm in, as to what kind of experience I have. The mushrooms seem to give me what I need, regardless. We're all here, says Dulles. Well, thanks, Dulles. I appreciate it. How did the dentist visit go? It went well. I've got a plan going forward, and I need to go to LA, get a cashier's check, and then come back up here. Give it to the dentist. Then we'll make an appointment. He'll send out my molds at that point to get the things made, and then we should be looking about me having a temporary top set of fixed dentures sometime mid-December, I'd say by then. Long time since taking mushrooms. I find them to be consistently incredibly good. Um, and and gives me what I need. Sometimes that's insight, sometimes it's laughing, sometimes whatever. Sometimes if I'm not physically well, it'll cause me to like evacuate all my mucus and stuff and or sleep. But I don't typically take it in unwise moments like that anymore. What's the difference between typology, interpretation, and socionics? Well, I mean, there's many. But number one is that the way I understand Jungian typology is it starts with the foremost question, like, well, what can we can we collapse everything down to some expression of one mechanics engine? Basically, I do the work properly. That's the difference, and they do it improperly. I'm not. I just use MBTI names. I'm not MBTI or anything. I'm the correct articulate. I correctly articulate defensible typology based on Jungian cognitive functions. And that's all. I don't have a system or anything. I just correctly articulate everything. Yes, it does come. It's a very full explanation. It comes with everything you need, and it's not anything else. So, it's as simple as it can be and no simpler, as Einstein once said. No, I don't think socionics correctly articulates Jungian cognitive functions because it doesn't answer the basic question. First of all, what is it attempting to do? Okay. It doesn't know what it's attempting to do, so how could it possibly do it? Yeah, what I do is I provide operational definitions and articulate exactly what I'm doing intellectually, what I'm modeling, and what it would look like for that to be successful. Then I produce that so it's successful within its own frame of reference, and it understands what it's attempting to do and what it would look like to do that thing, right? So that's the problem with socionics. It's a whole mess of dichotomies that doesn't distinguish between mechanical or observational or anything like that. It's a mess. It's a mess of people who don't do rigorous case making. I am a former debate coach. I know what it means to rigorously make a case so that it actually holds water, right? Those people are just armchair philosophers doing armchair philosophy not as well, not even close to as well as a debate coach can do it because they don't know what they're doing, obviously. You cannot successfully do something if you don't know what it is that you're doing and what would qualify as a success criterion for doing it. That's why in debate, you always articulate your criteria and stuff like that in the framework. So you start from a single place and you know where you're going, you're able to get there, and you're able to explain why it is that that particular approach to getting there is optimal and everything like that. In socionics, it's a mess of different people with different ideas about different things, different models, and it's a slapdash haberdashery of hat making nonsense. You would have to take mushrooms to then understand it. Hard to put into words except being humbled. Absolutely right, says Abo Hashem. Well, thank you. That's refreshing to hear. Thank you. I normally just say what I say, and everyone says, you know, you're still wrong, Eric. And then I say, oh, you know. No, I articulate what I articulate in the way I do it because that's how it ought to be done, right? And socionics does not do that. It doesn't mean that I didn't learn plenty of things from socionics. I read all kinds of socionics stuff, but the deeper you get, the more you realize, oh, there is no frame anywhere to work around here, to work with. The point is, we're trying to model human consciousness, or at least personality, right? And socionics is correct that in articulating that a cognitive function is a way of paying attention. That's where I got that idea from. I haven't really read Jung. Anyway, I studied a lot of all the personality stuff and, you know, got increasingly frustrated that nobody knows how to make a case about anything because they're not debaters. They don't know how to do case making. And it's hard to even negate things that aren't put together properly as a case. So there's just a bunch of there's no if you're totally unaware of all the things you need to do and do none of them, it's hard to know where to start with the negation of it, because they're still gonna, despite not knowing what they're doing at all, they're still gonna make some sentences that are correct, right? They're still gonna make observations that are correct. So there are plenty of observations from socionics that are correct, even though they didn't get there the right way, and that's fine. But if you want to rely on something to do what I think socionics would like to say they're doing, which is modeling human personality, then you have to look elsewhere, right? You can find plenty of observations that are correct from anybody, because observations don't require you to use rigor to get there, right? They just require your observation to be consistent with observations of the world that other people make, and that'll confirm that, you know, observationally this is so. Explanations are much more difficult things to do, much more important things to do, and much more rigorous, require a lot more rigor. There are many schools of sociologics, and they don't necessarily agree with each other. We don't see a cohesive looking model because we have only pieces that come up from it. I mean, they don't. There is no. Yeah, okay, I agree with you. You're not wrong, but even if we saw everything, it would never be a cohesive model, because it's an environment where people are still trying to do work rather than provide you the explanation, which is what I do. An accurate explanation. There are four fields upon which attention occur, right? External metaphysical, external physical, internal metaphysical. And there are, you can put, get, receive, or interface information. So, but really, interfacing is a combination of putting and receiving. Just like on the internet, you can put, get, receive information. So too with attention, right? The fourth thing that happens on the internet, which is some sort of handshake kind of thing. Like, for example, a one of those tests that makes sure you're not a robot that I can never seem to pass. They say, like, how many blocks in this thing have a picture of a bus in it? I have trouble with those ones for some reason. Or they don't seem to work for me. I have had many problems with them. Like, well, does that count as a bus or not? It looks like it's a piece of a bus, maybe. Are cases that meet the brief, maybe they're exception, not a rule. I don't know what you mean by the brief, but um, it's true that observations are only have limited. You can only draw limited conclusions from them, but things can be. But finding things that are observationally true is incredibly important in basing reasoning and intuition and stuff. They need to be consistent with observations as well. Ultimately, that's how you, one of the metrics by which you test something's legitimacy. There are other metrics besides that, but it's one of them. You may be entering the great giggle phase, please. It's my favorite part of the trip. I will say I did eat mushrooms a day early here. I normally give it a full week between mushrooms. Today is only, last week I did it on Sunday, so I'm not sure what's going to happen today. We'll find out. I haven't taken any of Rachel's fluoxetine in a long time, so I shouldn't have any negating effect from that, or really any of Rachel's drugs in a while now. I did take this morning, what are those things called? What are those things called? Gabapentins. I don't know if that has any impact on it or not. I had to take one Wellbutrin, and I got a little bit of like Adderall dust from this grinder thing I have, but not really much. Just like 2 milligrams, maybe at most. I mean that much. Maybe 1 milligram. Never tried mushrooms designed from Egypt, not common at all, but I tried the blue water lily flower, as we call it, blue lotus. Oh yeah? What did it do to you? Did it make you feel like a lotus? Oh my god. I feel so much like a lotus. I'm not gonna do that. Gee. 30 GABAs. Not 33 GABAs. Not 30. 3. I just took 3 of them. 30 would be way too many GABAs to take. Who would take 30 GABA that would be crazy. That's why I can never settle on a type of socionics, even though you type me in to be a question at daily and socionics, because shit doesn't add up. Well, yeah, because socionics is a mess of different stuff. Socionics, there's nobody in socionics who can put a spoon on their nose like this. Not a single person in all of socionics can balance a spoon on their nose while live streaming. But I can. I can and I do. And there's nobody in socionics who can come close to that. They found the Blue Lotus rinsed in Tut Ankh almond wine bottles, so that was alone interesting. Trying the same thing somebody tried 2,000 years ago. Yeah, that's cool to know that the olden days people were like, let's get high on this. Not even Victor Galenko can do the spoon thing. Oh, I don't need to prove it, Acacia, because I know it with my intuition. That's all. That's all we need. Okay, is my intuitive knowing. We don't need any evidence for my claim here that I'm the only person in the typology community who can do this. The thing is, what I can prove probably if I tried is that I'm the only person in the typology community to attempt to do this while live streaming. Oh, you think Kalinko would do it like this? That's easier to do, really. You can just lean your head back a little bit, no problem. Anybody could do that. Oh, I got to spoon balance someone else. This is easy. This is like beginner level spoon balancing. Okay. All the weight's up on top with the pole part. It's called the pole of the spoon. It's sometimes called the rod of the spoon, but more commonly known as the spoon pole. What would you call this part of the spoon? Blackstar says people have always got high in some way. Yeah, those crazy people in their ways. I feel a little bit meow, meow, meow. How do I feel a little bit? First thing, you lose track of time. That's the most obvious part, but it's not strong as acid, but on the other hand, it's natural. Ah, lose track of time, huh? Blackstar thinks the shrooms are kicking in. Yeah, I don't remember how long ago was it that I ate them, but I think it was at the beginning of the stream, right? So maybe an hour ago. They should be. They should be arriving on on the back of a mushroom donkey. Mushroom gods send you things on the back of their donkeys called mushroom donkeys, even though they're just regular donkeys. But the mushroom, that's how the mushroom gods send you things. I mean, I'm not exactly sure how much I took. It seems like I maybe took a little bit less than last time. but I was aiming to get about as the same as last time because I thought last time was a good amount. I would say I probably took maybe close to an eighth today. I don't know. It's hard to say. I took 2 spoonfuls of smushed up stuff. Which is the best way to eat it. You smash it up with a garlic hammer in a Ziploc bag. I mean, you don't have the garlic hammer inside the Ziploc bag, obviously. Okay, you have the mushroom inside the Ziploc bag. Then you zip it up. You get the air out first. Then you zip it up, and then you hit the mushrooms with the garlic hammer until they get smashed up a bunch. You move it around and smash them from different directions and stuff. So you get as close to like just ground up powder as possible. Not going to be that ground up, but do the best you can. Then you pour that in a bowl and you put a little bit of water on it to make it wet. So it gets more like a oatmeal-y consistency. Then you take a whole spoonful of that, breathe out all of your air. You don't want to smell that shit until the best of your ability, you don't want to taste it. Put a spoonful in your mouth and immediately like, drink it down with some water. It's all just mushed up mush now, so it'll go right down. That's the best way to take it. I took 2 spoonfuls. 2 full spoonfuls, so. Granted, I used the littler spoon, not the bigger spoon. So, but it's still like a regular sized spoon. It's just not the big spoons. The spoons come in 2 sizes in our spoon collection. Della says, I understand you're kidding, but in case anyone's not sure, the Gulag system was being dismantled in 1960 and the Golenko was born in 1958. Maybe he wrote his thesis at a very early age. Well, I'm stuck here in the Gulag at the age of 1 year old. A wee baby in a terrible prison. Let me explain my theory of personality. He had a big, a cool childhood like me. I also had one of those kind of childhoods. I jumped over the Grand Canyon on a horse as a newborn. I fought in the Vietnam War as a toddler, winning many medals. Sometimes you get different things like that happening with mushrooms. Like sometimes I might get my nose gets super runny. Right now, I'm getting a lot of spit in my mouth. I don't know why. That's not worth doing. Salvia, not something you should do. It's not good. It's not fun. It's just horrible. So, no is what I say about that. Spittoon time. Well, normally I'm not very spitty like that, but did anybody explain to me why it is already? I think I've asked this question before recently, but maybe before a while back too. Why don't people say moony when we say sunny, windy, rainy, cloudy, windy? Why not moony when there's a lot of moonlight out? And if you agree with me that we should, then you should start using that in your conversations with people when it's moony out. Oh, it's really moony out tonight. See if we can get it so normalized that it becomes a new dictionary word. And the people at Webster's Dictionary say, Welcome everybody to the new word of the year, moony. Because it was moony like last night, night before, it was very moony out. I look outside and it looked like, you know, oh, I wonder if the lights are on upstairs because they're shining so bright on the ground, but really it was just the moon. The moon is overrated anyway. Okay, well, I like that response a lot too, Abo Hashem. I'm glad the heater's on in here, but it still feels mushroom cold, so I gotta put this jacket on. Actually feels good just to stand here. Feel like a real Standy McGee. Look at me standing, I'm a Standy McGee. Look at my kitty, he's so G. The moon is hollow and fake, huh? What do you think my kitty thinks about that? He's sitting right there so that there's no way I can go into the kitchen without stepping over him. He really likes to be in the way. It's just, this is his thing. So where is Eric most likely to go next? I want to be in the way. You're right, Dulles. It does respond well to that. I'm gonna just put this jacket on and I think, oh, of course I'm gonna let him loaf there. I'm not gonna disrupt him or anything. I just wonder why he likes to constantly make me step over him. Wherever I'm gonna most likely go next, he's gonna sit there, so I have to step over him. Why? Does he like get a point every time he makes me step over him? I think in his mind he gets a point every time I step over him. But sometimes he assumes better of us than we're capable of. Like he'll be in a bad spot in the darkness at night, and we can't see him. Like Rachel accidentally stepped on him the other day in the nighttime. Like, yes, you're correct. We will avoid stepping on you if we see you at all. But if we don't see you, no, I don't smoke inside the house. Hi, Capio. Here's the other cat. Now Trevor's gonna get up and be like, okay, I gotta go bully her. Hi, Capio. How are you? She's aware of where trouble is, of course. She also has me here to protect her, so she's a little more brave than she might otherwise. She's still gonna go around, right? She's not gonna go across the trouble barrier in the kitchen. Trouble would like to bully her away from everywhere if he could, but I prevent him from being that way. And nowadays, when he bullies her, he usually kind of like looks back to see if I'm looking. Sometimes it'll be going and it'll look back and like, I'm up, and it'll stop. Sometimes he doesn't stop though. He's just a dick. He so much wants to be a dick. Yeah, I thought about that this morning too. The cats don't sit on it in it because it's got like sticks inside of it. Otherwise, they probably would sit on it inside the box. Cats like to sit like inside of boxes or on round things. We have those. We have these round placemats. They're called for the dining room table. And sometimes I have him in the middle of the table all stuck up, and Trouble will sit on top of that like he's king of the table. You don't see him, and then he can remind you of when you stepped on him. And he got leverage in the form of sweet currency, revenge, and guilt. You might be right about that, Ruben. Obviously, Rachel felt very guilty and apologized profusely to Trouble. You know, as I do when I accidentally. Sometimes, though, like, in this instance, I will like kick him a little bit to get him out of the way. when Capillo's in the room and she can't get out of the room because he's playing door guard and now she's trapped inside the room, and she has to wake me up to get out of the room. And then at that point, I get up and I kick him with my foot to get out of here. You let your sister come in and out of the room as she sees fit. He's trying to prevent her access to us. But see, the thing is, he should stay away from the door so that she can leave because he doesn't obviously want her there. It's like she must have gotten in when he wasn't. He wasn't at the door playing door guard, and he wants to trap her in there. Oh, what a horrible cat! What a complete dick this cat is. I can see it, Acacia. Where are you going? Going to the bathroom, Ruben. Get out of the way. I can picture it happening. Okay. I'm gonna go outside and smoke a cigarette, but I'm not gonna really like smoke the cigarette that much. I'm just gonna light it and have one of these butts here. There's plenty of big butts. I just don't like having one or two hits off of a cigarette. You know, like putting it out. I am so mad at YouTube TV right now. They need to get ESPN back by tomorrow. Because tomorrow, there's a game I really want to watch. It's on ESPN. And I'm paying a month for YouTube TV just so I can get things like this, you know. I don't really care about the TV part of it, except I need ESPN, ESPN2, Fox Sports 1, etc., so I can see different sporting events. They need to just get their heads out of their butts and just give Disney whatever the money is that they want, because it's like there's only a few things that people actually want live TV for, right? It's sports and maybe live news or local news. I don't know how much people want that, but maybe a couple of channels worth of shows, like maybe some show on ABC is popular. I don't know, but it's just one of a billion available streaming channels now, right? What people want is sports mostly. By people, I mean me. What I want TV for is live sports. That's the only thing I really want it for. I occasionally watch something else on live TV, but almost always everything else I watch is on YouTube or Crunchyroll. So I don't really need the rest of live TV. Like, I don't really need the Discovery Channel, even though I watch some things on it, because you can get its content on other platforms, you know, if you're really that into it. But, and that's like the best channel that I could possibly think of that I would want to watch. They got the best stuff. Like, I definitely don't need the cooking channel, and I don't need, you know, like the home improvement channel or whatever it's called. So, you know, get out of here, YouTube TV, with this protracted conflict. Between you and Disney. You can't expect to offer live TV, like cable TV, whatever, that doesn't have any of the ESPN. ABC is important too because they have some big sporting events on the main channel, you know. But usually they'll have it going on ESPN concurrently. Okay, I'm back inside now. Listen to Hawkwind or something. Let's see. I prefer tripping in the evening, going out, watching the sun going down and lying down, looking at the stars in the sky. Yeah, I don't necessarily have a preference, but I'll have to. Yeah, it does have that too. I decided to do it today during the day because, well, I've been thinking about days in a very kind of SI way, trying to consciously have more of an SI frame of reference and less of more of a judging kind of frame of reference too, I guess, where I have the day planned out ahead. I know what is going to fill these hours and those hours, and I don't know. I guess I feel a little bit ongoing worry about uh, maybe feeling depressed, feeling anxiety. Uh, I thought this will be fine. This will be a good way to spend the day, and you know, it's probably it. I mean, it's definitely going to be at least neutral for my mental health. Could be good for my mental health. Depends, but um, usually I feel better after I take mushrooms and understand my situation better and so forth. Oh, I see. You submit your highlight. Yeah, well, maybe YouTube will take that into account. Let's see. That's a good notion. Let's see if what they say about that. Everybody knows the koalas have a bad accent. Oh yeah, I've seen this one before. What about pandas? Do they have that like that? They're Chinese accent. That's a good Chinese accent to have. Yeah. You know, the thing I found very funny this morning, I was watching a video. It wasn't intended to be funny or not. It was a video basically explaining Christian creation myth or something. And so after they ate the fruit, the narrative says, and then God condemns womankind to the pain of childbirth and said to the man, you will suffer and toil all your life and then grow old and die. It just made me laugh so much because it's like, wow, that's some real punishment, you know? That's some that's some like sanctimonious like you're getting everything you deserve and more kind of before you got to live forever in paradise and it was perfect. But now you're gonna toil and suffer your whole life and then grow old and die. I was like, okay, well, if you know that's the standard, I think I think I'm doing pretty good, right? Like I'm not really suffering and toiling that much. There's another thing that was said in one of these videos that was really rang true, which is the mind is a thing in itself. It can make a heaven of hell or a hell of heaven. I think that was close to the exact quote. Oh, good, the neighbors are playing music again. That sounds a little bit better than usual, maybe. I don't know. It's not very loud right now. They were being medium-ish loud yesterday evening. Obviously, partying from people over or whatever. Listening to terrible music, but it wasn't so booming. I mean, this is terrible, but it's slightly less terrible than most of the terrible things. That's how terrible their music normally is that this is slightly less terrible. So that just goes to show you. Today is November 8th. 8 watching now, so I turned 88 minutes ago. That's a lot of 8s. Now the 9th person has arrived and ruined everything. Now it's 9 people here, 9 thumbs up. Is it going to be November 9th soon? No? Just tomorrow, huh? That's not soon enough to make this live stream. Also, I'm 9 years old. So it's a country. This is some country they're listening to, huh? Today the neighbors will blast Prelude a la Après Midi June Fawn by Claude Debussy. I don't think they're going to be blasting that anytime soon. I don't even know what that is. Maybe I'd recognize it if I heard it, though. There's a lot of classical songs, you know. Like there's that song that they always do for like spring or morning that goes. You know that song? That's a very famous song. It's been amazing tripping up in the mountains. I mean, I spent a lot of time inside. Outside's filled with horrible country music. I don't dislike country either, but this is just ridiculous. It's not as bad as most of the stuff we listen to. This is not like auto-tune country, which is really bottom of the barrel, I tell you. If you're auto-tuning your country, you need to GOH. You know what GOH stands for? Get out of here. Same thing I'm telling those little bugs. Get out of here, little bugs. All right. We've only got, even this is partially full. We are running out of trash can space. Good thing Monday's coming up soon. Oh, there's the neighbor's cat named Kitty. Oh, she just went away. Just went over the hill and far away. Claude Debussy. What is that? What was that sound? Oh, I see. It's 2 cats down there. Let me show you. Can you see him? You can sort of see the black and white one standing right next to this gray cat. You can't really see it that well because it blends in more. Let's see what's going to happen. Here's Capillo coming up to me now. What are those two cats doing? Whose cat is that gray cat? I've never seen that gray cat before. I don't know if you can even really see it on the camera. Now you can see it a little bit. I don't know. You tell me. You can see. You can. There's a tail flapping. The gray one. You can see. Neither of these is that cat. I don't think. Or was it a different cat who moved away with the other people? I think. We got. We lost their bad cat and dog, and we gained horrible music. They're real music lovers too. I, given how horrible the music they play is, I cannot imagine why they're music lovers. If that was the only music available, I would think music was terrible. Music is the arithmetic of sounds, as optics is the geometry of light. Hmm. That's an interesting quote. I like that quote. It's very analogical, of course. I wonder what those two cats are gonna do. Are they just gonna stand there all day long, looking at each other, or what they're gonna do? It looks like the gray one might go run. What you doing, cats? Make a decision. You gonna fight? You gonna hump? What? Or just gonna part company peaceably? Gray one seems to be going away. No, no, he's turned around. He's got cool green eyes. It's like totally gray cat with cool green eyes. Very attractive cat. I understand why the black and white one is attracted if this is a humping mission. Capillo's watching intently. Can you see her? She's, of course, right in the shade. There she is. Now you can see her. She's watching intently. What's going on with those cats down there? She's asking. We're asking the same thing. As we watch this Lauren Green's Wildlife Cinema, or whatever it's called, with cats instead of wildlife. Ooh, that got a little closer. So you can barely see. There's the black cat. You can see it right in the middle of the screen. The gray one's coming towards it now. Ah, you can see it. You just gotta really be good with your eyes and looking at things. I have to put my glasses on. Okay, there. You can see it now. This. Oh! Oh, something happened. It's your cat and a gray cat. Oh, are they down there? They're down there. I'm currently live streaming it. If you want to watch what your cat's doing, you can see it on my live stream right now. Are they fighting? Well, yeah, well, they're just sitting here making noises at each other for a long time. Oh, wow. And then your cat, when they're at it a little bit, that's when you get further. Oh, wow. But they're still in a Mexican standoff. They're at a standoff. Okay. Yeah. Oh, there's your cat. Your cat's back up here now. He's done fighting, or she's done fighting. Okay. Lily's coming to save her. Okay. So anyway, the cat's run was over. I just had to fill in the neighbors on what was happening. A deer? Where was there a deer? There was a deer down there? Well, I didn't see any deer, but maybe there was. Maybe it was a deer, maybe it was Sasquatch. So that's cool. I get to tell the neighbors, like, yeah, if you want to watch what your cat's doing right now, you can watch my live stream. Oh, cool. We can watch Kitty on their stream. What do they name their cat as Kitty? That's not a name. That's a description. You can't name your cat Kitty. You might as well just name it cat. Would you name your child human? Person? I guess people do name them like guy. That's that's not a name, guy. It's a label for a distinguish between a girl and somebody else. Cats retreated one after the other, and then a deer passed right through where they were making whoopee. Really? Oops, don't reach that too bad. I already read it. Sorry, deer couldn't wait. Neighbor. Cat is kitty. Psh, I am Bussy. Your parents named you Bussy? That's not a very good name. Oh, it's pronounced Bussy? I'm sorry, I didn't know that. That's the even worse name now. I think we should name our son Boosie. Why? How about Bussy? No, more like Bussy. Okay, let's do it. I'm sure he'll experience no negative consequences from this. My eyes see so well. It's weird. I can read the chat so clearly. I guess I'm just at the right down back here. I can read it clearly. I don't know why. Normally, I have to wear my glasses to see the text clearly. That's mushrooms for you. They're a very healing drug for me. Seems like most of the time I take them, maybe every time. Ah, feels good standing out here. Feel like a real Standy McGee, king of standing. You've never heard of him. He's famous because of all of his standing around. It's because the rain is gone. I mean, the text looks smaller with my glasses off and less easy to read, but it's still clear. At least at this distance. But it's better if I have a black background because it's white text. I'm less sure how jazz and big band swing fit together, but I think it was alongside the early modern composers doing atonal stuff. Atonal stuff is boring and nobody wants to listen to it. Mushrooms heighten your senses. Which one? Do they heighten my sense of smell? I think I smell the same as normal. Do they heighten my sense of taste? Well, let's see. This cigarette's out. This bud is out. I don't want to start another one right now. Oh, I'll have to taste something and test it. Let's do my sense of feel now. They definitely mess with my sense of sight. Things are super crispy looking. Sense of feel. This is a nice tree. I like it. You're a good tree. I know you don't care about my approval, but I do approve of you. I'm sorry I have to cut down these lower branches sometimes, but I don't like to hit my head on them. And you got a lot more branches up there, so it's fine. You got a little bit of a trim down here. I'm sure it's a little bit painful, but I'm sorry about that. Not meaning to hurt you, just prioritizing my own convenience over your interests. Which you may say, well, then fuck you, Eric. And I understand that. But I do want you to know I'm trying to live here peaceably with you. I wasn't the one who cut down your brethren all around you either to make this room for this house. I am the one who's living in it now. So don't hate me for what other people did. Even though I'm the one enjoying the benefits of their doing that. I still don't want to give you reparations. But I love you. These are the things I have to say to this tree. Hi, Manny John. How you doing? Oh, gee. This tree is more magnanimous than that. Okay. He understands, or she understands, I don't know which one it is, that the difference between people that did stuff really bad to her or him and me just trimming some of these low branches off. And I think she or he appreciates my talking to it and acknowledging its interests. And, you know, a lot of people probably don't do that with their trees. I normally don't. Last mushroom trip I did something I normally don't do as well. I crossed out all the twos on this month's calendar. There's a lot of twos on the calendar. Surprising number of them. Can I get a mushroom fortune? Yeah, this tree is majestic. But you want to see a more majestic tree. This is the biggest one right around here. Anyway, like in my immediate vicinity. It's not really on my property, I don't think. I think it's the neighbor's tree. But it might be partially on mine. No, my property is probably right edge of the driveway. This tree is more majestic than that tree if you want to get bigness as majesty. I can't even begin to put my arms around this tree. Maybe halfway around. You're a good tree too. I don't mean to be dissing you by not talking to you. And also, thank you for, not being too mad at me, hopefully, for chopping some of these lower branches down for the same reason I do for the other tree over there. I don't want to run into it with my little car. I don't want to hit my head on it, etc. I mean, I'm fine with you dropping shit all over the driveway. I understand it's just what you're going to do. That's fine. I'll sweep it up or not. You're a good old tree. How old are you, I wonder? At least 5 years old. Maybe even older. It's burn season. If I were to do things as people are going to do them, I'd get all the forest litter from my property, put it in a pile, and burn it. what you're supposed to do to, make your house fire safe or whatever. Just make the area fire safe. Am I going to do it? Well, maybe if I feel inspired one day to do something like that. What do you want? Manny John, Eric. I don't know what kind of tree that is. So, I agree with you, Dallas, that atonal music caused aspirin, okay? Manny John says, Eric, what do you want? Life is with Eric, and so is the taste of life. Is that my fortune? Thank you. Life is with Eric, and so is the taste of life. Tastes like air. Life tastes like air. I think it's fair to say that when I taste it. Yeah. It tastes just like regular air. Regular air is my favorite kind of air. Irregular air is air that has smoke in it usually, or other dust or something. Occasionally you might get fog air, in which case you just taste the taste of a cloud. Tastes like fog. It's another way of saying tastes like clouds. Not all clouds taste the same, of course. I don't mean to be cloudist. Some clouds taste like ham. A lot like ham. It's possible for a person with eyes closed, in fact, to believe he's eating a ham sandwich. But he's actually just eating part of that cloud. That's how much the cloud tastes like ham. True. They're called ham clouds. Scientists are still trying to figure out where they come from and why they are. Sneakers, grounders, liars, and dryers. No, seekers, founders, Lost-ers, and deniers. Those are 4 of the 5 categories of people I was thinking about earlier. 5th one is practical-minded people, which doesn't fit in any of those categories. Seekers, they're where they want to be when they're seeking. They don't want to find stuff. Founders, they think they got it. They're at their destination. They just need to live that forever, like super Christian people or whatever. Just ideologues in general. Lost-ers are people who are feeling lost because probably of trauma or other circumstances and stuff, and And then deniers are people who are just like, nanny, I don't want to think about it. And practicaliters, they are practical people who, accomplish things. Usually study in the field of hand, for example. Even though it's a great way to diet. You could eat nothing but would feel to you and taste to you like ham sandwiches if you eat ham cloud, but really you're just swallowing water vapor with ham sandwich flavoring. Where it gets this flavoring from, scientists are still trying to figure it out. One theory says that it's because these clouds are part of a system that consistently produces clouds that go right over a ham sandwich factory in Cleveland. And they suck up all the flavoring from the smokestack of Ham Sandwich Incorporated, Cleveland's biggest ham sandwich manufacturing plant. No, they're auto-generated, Fly Guy. They're auto-generated. If I made them, they wouldn't be that terrible. I mean, I think I do a slightly better job than that. Those things, they just pick like random spots sometimes and begin and end where there's no rhyme or reason for ending or beginning there. So, you like the auto-generated live highlights? Well, I'll continue publishing them. It'll be fun to see how YouTube gets better at it. I'm assuming they'll get better at it. What time is it anyway? 12:25. I would imagine Rachel will probably get up pretty soon. I think turkeys. No, that's too small. But must be squirrels or something. Sometimes you see a lot of like dug up little part of the ground, and it's usually turkeys that do that. Oh, look at these mushrooms. I wonder what kind of mushrooms these are. It's a perfect time to go out in the forest and look for psychedelic mushrooms, I suppose, but I don't really think they grow around here. I don't know. Maybe they do. What are these kind of mushrooms? There. I don't know what those kind of mushrooms are. But they look delicious. I could eat them right here, just scrumptious. Some old hunter-gatherer walking in the forest like, oh my god, look at that. Let's eat it. I think he said it like it didn't mean anything or something at some point. I don't know. I hope they generate the explanation of shockers, blockers, lockers, and dockers. I don't remember any such explanation. Oops. Come on. There. There. Okay, well, that was a real fun adventure of looking at nature's wonder. We got more such natural wonder. Oh my god, there's a lot of it over here. Look at this. So much of it. Mushrooms, mushrooms everywhere, blending in with the leaves. See how they blend in with the leaves? Back there's some more, but they blend in so well. Where are the mushrooms? I don't even see them, Eric. They're right in the middle. Right underneath that. Right there. Right there, okay? That's where they are. Here's another one over there, see? Oh, so beautiful. Oh my god. I've never seen anything so beautiful before. Silly mushrooms. What are you even doing? You know what? I might do something. One slightly useful thing. There's a bunch more of those mushrooms in there, too. Those big brown ones. I wonder if those are edible. Or you could sell them to a local fancy restaurant. I've got these gross fungus growing in my house. You want to pay me $50? I'll give them to you. And people are like, oh my god, we get to eat these beautiful brown mushrooms. Oh, don't. I've never had such a wonderful meal. After this, let's go home and have intercourse. That's what happens when you eat fancy mushrooms at a restaurant. That's the conversation that you hear from people at the restaurant. Oh, Donald. That's the lady. She's with somebody named Donald. Oh, Patty. Her name's Patty. Patty and Donald. What was that all about? Some YouTube notification, I guess. Ah. Ah. It's as sunny and pleasant as some pleasant try, my pleasitude. Mushrooms just gives you hallucinations. I mean, it doesn't give you hallucinations, really. It does impact your vision somewhat. I guess I didn't take that much today. I'm not really tripping that hard. But it's still very pleasant. I keep it in mind for next time. Take a little bit more than that. I have quite a bit left. I've been judicious thus far. Probably would not be a terrible idea to wait a little bit longer between trips than 6 days too. 6 days is usually, I'd say, fine, but 7's recommended because you do get, diminished impacts on a dirty head. It takes a while for mushrooms to clean out of your head. Is Rachel here? Did somebody say? Hi, Rachel, if you're here. Let me look at the live stream. I'll look at the chat. Good morning, Rachel. Good morning, darling. So apparently a deer went through the fight with the cats or something to get a little bit extra pizzazz. You could clip that and say like deer breaks up cat fight or something. I don't know if the timing's quite right, but deer breaks up cat fight is something that I'd be interested in watching just based on the title. Hi, show media. If I didn't say so already. Apparently, I was live streaming. It was zoomed in as much as I could because it was down the hill. The neighbor's cat Kitty, plus this beautiful gray cat with green eyes, all charcoal gray with green eyes. I've never seen it before. They were having a Mexican standoff down there, which is different than a regular standoff. So I was filming it, and then they heard this big rah thing when the cats kind of almost started to fight, and the neighbors were like, "Kitty, kitty." So I walked over there and said, "Oh yeah, your cat's fighting down the hill. I'm live streaming right now if you want to watch it, but they're not really fighting. And if they were really like fighting, I'd throw a rock down there and try to break it up or something, or yell at them, "Hey, you two, break it up, you cats! You can't fight around here like that." Getting a little bit too much sun. Move back into the shade. I gotta go pee, actually. I'm gonna go pee. Gonna use my penis. Gonna pee in the toilet. Don't care if it's on Venus. 'Cause I gotta go pee. Gotta go inside. But inside's not open. Gotta go round the other way. Then I'll go pee. I'm gonna use my penis. Gonna go in the toilet. Don't care if it's on Venus. So I'm gonna go pee. Gotta watch out for me. Gonna go inside. Find the door that's right. And then I walk to the foyer. And nothing rhymes with foyer. The end of that song. Okay, now I gotta go pee. Doesn't involve the penis. That's what it goes through to get out of your body. Jeez. It's like saying that the water comes directly from the city pipes. No, it goes through your faucet, obviously. Wonderful times, wonderful ways. Everything's fine. It's one of those days. That's what I want to tell all of you who are here. Thank you so much for being here. You make this Saturday a fun, pleasant day. About you, maybe I'd feel sad or lonely. On the other hand, maybe I'd go over and talk to the neighbors. I don't know. But you know what? People I have most in common with are people right here in this live stream. So thank you for being here. You thought it was Friday? On Thursday, you also thought it was Friday. So you thought it was Friday for 3 days straight. Thought it was Friday on Thursday. Presumably, you thought it was Friday yesterday. I don't know. Maybe you didn't think it was Friday yesterday. And then you thought it was Friday today on Saturday as well. Maybe you just think every day is Friday. Oh, we kicked ass. We killed them. You gotta pee out exactly what you drink in. I mean, I think I do pee out almost exactly what I drink in. Or maybe my body uses a little bit of this water, but I think people drink way more liquid than their body requires them to drink. If we found our equilibrium point of providing our body exactly as much water as it wants, it needs to drink, then presumably we wouldn't have to pee, right? It would just use all the liquid that we drink. But I don't think that's generally considered healthy for your kidneys. I think you're supposed to drink more liquid than that. So did the broken up cat fight while you were on mushrooms? Yeah, it happened when I was live streaming. Yeah, right now, earlier, not very long ago. I was, we heard this sound. It sounded like a baby at first. And I was like, what is that sound? And I went over and I saw it was the cats. And there were two of them. There was Kitty, the neighbor's cat, and there was one that I'd never seen before. So yeah, drink more liquid than you need to. Accept the fact that you're going to have to pee some. And it's generally a good idea to keep your pee a light color. You know, the darker it gets, it means your kidney's working harder. So, I don't know. Depends if you think your kidney is too lazy, then maybe you want to make it work harder. I don't know. You lazy organ. I don't think you're working hard enough. Let's see how you like it when I don't drink any liquids. Oh, here's a clip of the cats. It's being broken up by a deer. I don't see the deer yet. Oh, there's the deer. Yeah. It looks like he's going after the other cat, too. So, Kitty ran this way, but that deer was going to go get one of those cats, and then he decided to go after the gray cat, I guess. Did you see the clip?
Yeah, I saw the clip.
That's crazy, huh? And then
It really is. That deer saved the day.
Deer breaks up. Deer breaks up cat fight. That's what that should be called.
That's what it should be called.
Yeah. As a TI user, did I count the number of steps? No, it's not a TI thing. Why would counting the number of steps have anything to do with TI? Walking around is physical world stuff.
Thank you, Capio. I love you too.
So I do have the unfortunate feeling of like, oh, I should eaten more mushrooms than I did. That's okay. I can remedy that next time, and I'm so glad that I'm, I'm happy with the trip as it is. It's fine. It's good, but you know, I'm not gonna get super. I'm not gonna peek out at like a place where I'm just ignoring the chat like usual. If I get the right amount, there's gonna be some such time where I'm just not looking at the chat at all. I don't think I'm gonna get there today for sure, because it's been 2 hours, so I should be about peaking now, and maybe I get a little bit harder, but I don't think I'm gonna get to that place where I'm kind of like just lose concern about or interest in what other people are saying and just blah 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 me just being on drugs, which is where I'm aiming for ideally. I like that state of being, although I never remember those trips very well at all. But mushrooms are definitely not for everybody. Rachel's pretty hesitant to do them. I took them today. I didn't even bother asking if she wanted to. Um, she wanted to take them with me because I was pretty confident the answer is no. You know how many steps it takes to get upstairs where you live? Nobody's gonna ask me why are you asking this question because of the frame, right? Like the frame is you're hiring me to ask you questions and I'm supposed to know what their answers indicate. So nobody ever asks me why are you asking me this question. Even if they did ask me such a question, it would be like, so what are you trying to do? What are you trying to determine with this question? In which case they'd be trying to like follow along intellectually with the process, I guess. But people don't ever ask me that question because of the frame. So do we have the same kind of mushrooms here they have in Europe? And if so, did they come over with Europeans or something? Like, if not, how did we get the same mushrooms here as they have in Europe or Asia? Did their commonality across the world predate colonial spreading of stuff? They're here from when the continents were conjoined. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Then they're Pangea, and they've been the same since Pangea. It's a long time. Wonder why they haven't evolved yet. I believe in Pangea, sure. Otherwise, why do they all look like they fit together? We already know about continental drift and stuff like that. It didn't used to be the case that people believed in plate tectonics. They thought it was pseudoscience, but nowadays people generally go with that belief. It used to be believed that the Earth was slowly getting bigger, and that's why the continents got farther apart from each other. Or you're a hollow Earth guy. Well, I don't know. I dug a hole pretty deep, like 3 or 4 feet at least, and I didn't find anything but more dirt. So I have disproved your notion of a hollow Earth, at least at the depth of 3 or 4 feet. How far do you have to go down to get to the hollow part? That's why you can't go to Antarctica because the Earth is hollow. But how far do you have to go down to get to the hollow part? That's what I want to know. And what happens? Does it let out all the air that's inside the hollow part if you get down there and you poke a hole into it? Does the hollow part just shoot out air from the hole? Is it pressurized? Or is it just stagnant air from the one hole that gets in there from Antarctica? Boy, the air in here is cold. That's because it's from Antarctica. It's Antarctica air. Farts aren't man-made. You mean the hollow earth is filled with people's farts? How do they get down there? Like farts migrate down to Antarctica and go into the hollow earth down there? You do not want to go in there, guys. The hollow earth part, the hollow part is just, you don't want to go in there, trust me. I made the mistake of going in there one time. P fucking you. Let me tell you. It absolutely thinks in there. Like, just ass. There's no way to max out a function like that. It's ridiculous. It's a way of paying attention. It's like you can't max out correctness, right? It maxes out at correct. There's no super correct. It's like pregnant, right? I mean, granted, you can look more or less pregnant depending on how far along you are, but it's a binary thing, not subject to. Now you're even 10 times more correct. You can just be correct or not. That's it. Functions are kind of like that. They're ways of paying attention. They're not powers or something. Like if you're 1,000 times more TI, it just means the same exact thing as the amount of TI you currently have, except it's correct. It's just as much. Presumably incorrect less often, but if your TI is stout, then that's almost never the problem anyway. It doesn't make any sense to say that. Show me you ask so many questions that make no sense. You know how they say there's no bad questions? That's untrue. There are plenty of bad questions. There are horrible questions, bad questions. Doesn't make fart noise when you poke a hole in it like balloons. Maybe. Makes that sound when you poke a hole in the hollow part. If you poke a hole in the hollow part like near the top, can you slide down it? Is it smooth and you go all the way down one side and out the other side? Is it like a half pipe? So it's a full pipe? What is the worst question? That is a great question, Cameron. I'll tell you that much. That's a fantastic question. The worst question is, what did you get your PhD in? That question is just a horrible question, right? Like I'm making a big critique on what you're saying here. It doesn't matter what my credentials are. Just listen to my words. That's the worst question. What did you get your PhD in? I got my PhD in being right, bitch. I'm King Doctor of being correct. Regardless of qualifications or letters after my name or whatever. You can evaluate it simply by looking at my words to confirm or deny what I'm saying. So yeah, that's a horrible question. Well, what did you get your PhD in? I didn't get my PhD in shit. Why would I want one? PhD in what? Oh, you're a doctor of agriculture? You're a doctor of architecture? You're a doctor of what's the word I'm actually looking for? Archaeology? You can't be a doctor of that. What does that mean? I'm a doctor of psychology. So what does that do? It's like, well, I cure people's mental problems. Oh. doctor. You want to be a doctor. There's one good reason to want to be a doctor, so that you can prescribe drugs. Otherwise, well, the college said I'm really good at this. I'm so good at art history that I'm a doctor of it. So if you got art history, say broken arm or something, I can put a art history style fucking cast on it. I'm a doctor of art history. Since when do people come in with art history emergencies that need to be cured by a doctor? No, show me you're not getting what polar means, dude. You can't have a tool function that you reflexively use as one thing all the time without sacrificing the other kind of tool that you might choose to do the same kind of thing. And so to be a polar is simply the definition of being TI tool is FI polar. FI polar is just another way of saying TI tool. That I'm never going to utilize that possible way of determining things, so I'm always utilizing the other way of determining things, even in contexts that aren't fit for determination. So you can't. What you're saying is just nonsense based on a misunderstanding of what functions are. Like saying, well, what if we max out Snyder Ridge Road 1,000 times? What does that even mean? It's a road. You can't max it out or anything. Make it longer? Make it wider? What do you even mean by no? But it's like a regular road, but it's like 10 times more roady than that. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. It's like a little child said thing. It's like little children thing. Not to be mean to you, but cereal. Where's my poker? Where's the only good poker I have? God, why does life deny me pokers so much? So there's so few things in life that are really good pokers. But one fortunate thing about this poker reality is in case you asked a great question. But Eric, real quick, what if we maxed out your L5? So there is one good thing about life, if I have them at all, which is that an excellent poker is a paper clip. Here they are. I have some paper clips. They're not the biggest paper clip, which I prefer, but oh, this one's pretty big. This is pretty good. Okay, get off of there, you. And you're gonna go back into the paper clips unfolded. They make great pokers. But they're also very difficult to see. It's just this line that gets increasingly like black. It just blends right in with this table. It wouldn't surprise me if the poker I have is just right here somewhere. I just can't see it. But it's not. One of the problems with the wonderful paperclip poker. Now, I'm going to start with just leaving it like this much poking. We'll see. Speaking of poking things, I went and got a... Is there a doctor on the plane? I'm saying PhDs in art, history, education. Well, the high school lifeguard is already doing CPR. Exactly. Thank you, Cameron. Okay, you guys can stop maxing out my FI, alright? It's already the right amount. Oh no, don't tell me I broke. No, I didn't. It's fine. I may have forgotten a little bit more, but Cameron gave me this already broken bowl, which was better than my other bowl. I'm still using it. It's less prone to clogging than alternatives, so preferable. But it's important. Can you tap me based on your stupid ass questions? No, no. Uh, show media. That's what type you are. You're well intentioned, but do have a tendency to sometimes annoy me. So I try to be nice as much as I can, but sometimes I say something that's not so nice, like only little children ask questions like that. Clog-free gear. I'm procrastinating going outside near the fountain to replace the power outlet cover the mosquitoes as they bite the crap out of me. That's a good reason to procrastinate on it. Oh, that was a good bong rip. That was a good bong rip. The replenishment of beverage is an ongoing life issue. Like, get yourself a drink. Okay, now I got a drink. That solves that problem. And not very long, you're like, wait a second. I once again don't have a drink. Why? Because you drank it already. Why not? No shower or bug spray. Go do it and then come and take a shower. That makes the most sense. Then you don't have bug spray on you either. Just wear long sleeves and everything so the bugs can't get you. And just be okay with mosquitoes biting your face. Okay? Just be okay with it. They need to live too. Do it my way, Ruben. My way is the best way. Don't shower, no bug spray. Just go out there and do it and get bitten on your face. And then come inside and take a shower. And not a long shower either. 5 minutes most. If any longer than that, I'm going to think you're touching yourself in there. That's what a long shower usually means for me. It depends, though. You know. If I'm actually tired and dirty, I can just sit in there in like the sauna part. Because it's got a little bench seat that you can sit down and just put the hot water and get like all sauned out in there. It's nice. Not like a fancy looking shower, or not new at all, or one of those rain showers that you can stand underneath it even if you're tall and it just showers on your head. It's not one of those. But it's a good, comfortable place to sit when the hot water's going. When I feel sick in the nighttime, this has been my whole life. Whenever I feel sick or feverish, the rescue is you have this thing called rescue shower, which is like, oh my god, I'm shivering, I'm hot, I'm cold, I'm so sick, and then you gotta go get rescue shower, and you put on the hot water as hot as possible, and you sit in the shower and just moan, and you finally feel neither too hot nor too cold because it's got perfect adjustable super hot temperature. It's excellent. So I think overall, when you factor everything in, my shower water usage is probably about average to most people's because many days will go where I don't take a shower at all. Most people take a shower every day. But then there will be days when I take very long showers. When I do take a shower, it tends to be on the longer side. And then if I have sickness and I'm doing rescue showers, this can persist a long time. Especially in this house, we've got a big hot water heater. It's very effective. I can take, I don't know. Like, have we ever? I don't remember us ever running out of hot water because I showered. So maybe once or twice if I've taken like a bunch of rescue showers or something. Cameron has a great idea. It doesn't surprise me. The $8 bug net from the camping department over a baseball hat works well too. Oh, look at that. How would you describe an INTJ or an INFJ with ADHD? Misdiagnosed. Yeah, it's the hot water dream, right? Because normally your rescue showers are limited by your hot water capacity. This house has a hot water heater with capacity for enough people for 1, 2, 3, 4 rooms. And it's just me and Rachel. So presumably 6 to 8 people could stay here and it would be enough hot water for everyone to take a shower. It's also effective, like once you start using it, it starts heating it up again. So even if you do run out, it'd be a small gap between then and when the water's hot again. Show me I hereby award you a PhD in questions. You're a doctor of questions. And your PhD is just as important and impressive as all of the other PhDs. So congratulations, Dr. Shomedia. You are now a doctor. Shomedia, what's wrong with my question? Good question. Shomedia. Let me tell you what's wrong with it. The first thing is you're asking me like I know about questions. I don't know about questions just because I got a doctorate in it. Second thing is get out of here, you. Asking me questions about your question. Get out of here with your recursivity. You can fill this up today and take a dip tomorrow. We don't have we do have a bathtub here. The bathtub is not that comfortable. I mean, I've taken a bath here, I think, one time, maybe 2 times. It's fine. It's a little small for me because I'm pretty long, and I got a little bit. I'm basing my bathtub comparison against the tub we had in Arcadia, which was just very luxurious kind of jacuzzi style bathtub. Took a long time to fill up, you know. But it was comfortable. I remember making some fun videos with Tiffany, Tiffany and Co. In the bathtub with her and Fishman. You know, getting intimate in the bathtub, and she says to him, "Your ability to hold your breath underwater is one of the favorite things about you. Now get down there, Fishman." Something like that. So, gotta say I miss Tiffany and the gang, Mindy's Club. Makes me want to play with them, bring her out and have her around and saying things again. She's a wonderful person to have in the house. I could make some Tiffany videos today. I feel not motivated particularly to do things. Like, I like the idea of doing things, but the actuality of doing things takes a little bit SE that I'm not sure I'm quite ready to muster up. But I like the idea of making Tiffany videos again soon, or even just not having Tiffany videos necessarily, but having her out and commenting on life as she often does. Yeah, sounds pleasing.
I think it's good for the planet.
Yeah, it's good for the planet. It's true.
She keeps people in their place, you know. Puts people in their place.
Yeah, if she sees someone on TV she doesn't approve of, she says, "I gotta write you a lot of time that person that dog."
And she's, you know.
She usually gets her name wrong. Almost always, but that's fine.
Yeah.
That playful handkerchief makes me so mad.
It's like undercurrent of like passive aggressiveness, but she like doesn't even realize that it
No,
is.
she just thinks that's what her name is. She thinks Clayton Kershaw's name is Plateful of Handkerchiefs.
And Britney Spears sings, "I'm not rats."
Yeah, I'm not right. Why does that lady sing a song about being rats at the top? Nobody ever would have killed your baby. Oh, well, thanks, Ruben R. You're a wonderful gentleman. Wonderful ways. And I think that you have wonderful days. Wonderful days filled with wonderful things. Because wonderful ways will wonderful brings. That's right.
Can I give you a kiss?
Sure. I have a special part of my body that's designed to receive kisses.
Oh.
It also gives kisses, but it's designed to do both. It's a two-way. These are two-way lips.
Two-way lips.
I got two-way lips. They both kiss and receive kisses. The man with the great machete says, "Just let it grow out long. I'm blessed with wavy hair. I have no need for texturing, but I agree with your shape analysis." Who's talking about their hair in that fashion? Did somebody earlier I missed it talk about their hair? Or are you talking about my hair? Or is it at Ruben? Ruben, are you thinking about doing something with your hair? Have you done a little shape analysis? What shape is your hair? Is it a rhombus? It's a triangle? That surprises me. Oh no, a pyramid. I'm sorry, 3-dimensional. Your shape analysis is what? What shape are you analyzing? All right, everybody, let me tell you my analysis on squares.
Ooh.
They have the goal to have 4 sides. And get this, 4 corners. You can go around the inside and never get anywhere. It's just all corners. That's why they invented copy and paste, Ruben. God, you're younger than me. You should know about these internet things. Aerodynamic hair is cool. Well, I don't know. What shape is my hair? Is bald a shape for hair? Round, you say? Okay. I agree. My hair is pretty round. Touche, Ruben. Touche. Okay? You just earned an authentic touche. And guess what? You earned? A wonder point for your wonderful toucheing of me. Is it Wednesday? No, it's according to Rachel, it's Friday. It's been a 3-day Friday. It's assuming you thought it was Friday on Friday. She talked to me on about Thursday thinking it was Friday, and today thinking it was Friday. What about yesterday? Did you think it was Friday then?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I think I did because
felt more like a Friday.
I don't know. 'cause
Well,
I
there was
think
good reason it was Friday because I kept talking about the football game.
the football
coming up.
game. That's yeah.
So that made it clear that Friday was Friday because I had said for like a week, oh, this upcoming week the game's on Friday. I'm looking forward to watching it on Friday, having a game on rather than nothing on Friday. So it was pretty clear that which day it was because the football game was on yesterday. And USC did what I hoped they would do, which is give Northwestern a stout spanking and send them back to whatever state they're from. I think it's Illinois. Where is Northwestern? Is it in Illinois?
Chicago.
Chicago, Illinois?
Oh wait, the
Northwestern.
purple one.
Yeah, purple.
Yeah, it's Chicago.
There you go, Frost. That's your wonder point. It involves spending some 10 or 15 minutes in the bathroom.
I think I'm gonna take speaking of like SE, like I'm having trouble. I want to take a shower before Monday.
Okay.
Well,
I'd like to intercourse before Monday, so we can try to make those two things happen at the same time.
Okay.
Then you can take your shower. I can take my shower. Then we'll both be ready to get dirty again. That side polar, that bathroom visit is more like 6 to 7 minutes, huh? Okay. Well, it makes sense. I guess you're just ignoring all the what I would consider overwhelming discomfort. It's just you just rub it right off. Like, my neck is killing me. You're just like, that's just part of the process of processing a wonder point.
Do you think you'll still be streaming when I get out?
Oh, you're gonna go shower right now?
I think so.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I was between today and tomorrow, and I think I'll just do today.
All right. So yeah, I'm gonna still be streaming, and we'll just have sex later this afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Makes me think of that South Park episode with the PC frat, where they say to the woman, "No, I need affirmative consent. I want you to come. You need to tell me I want you to come up there and pound my puss." I don't remember the exact quote, but it's hilarious.
I thought you were the king in the fight.
No, I didn't have anything to do with our cats. Kapia was standing next to me watching. Yeah. She was totally interested, like looking over, over the thing, trying to see what's going on. So, how long have I been streaming for? What does it say here? Almost 3 hours. Normally, mushroom trip lasts about 5.5 hours. This one will probably be a little bit shorter than that. I do feel like I'm coming down a little bit at this point. Oh no, that's fine. The shower time is fine because, she'll remain clean for 6 to 8 hours. I just need to join her in the status of clean, and then everything's fine. It's just I like to have when we have intercourse for us both to be in the status of clean. Yeah, it's an SI thing, right? You're viewing it as an SE thing, understandable, There's that aspect to it, but that's not not a necessary condition, right? If you're thinking about things that are sufficient and necessary, That's not necessary. There are definitely two parts to the SI part and the SE part. We could shower separately. We could cane the SI part, but not the SE part. But the SE part is not necessary because we don't end up having intercourse in the shower anyway. So it's interesting. It's interesting how cognitive functions work, right? It shows you that Ruben, SE conscious, projecting his frame of reference as we all do, assumes I'm doing the SE thing. I'm SI conscious. So even though I like the SE part, it doesn't come to mind as well. It's like I said, it's rather in terms of necessary and sufficient conditions. So what comes to my mind is the SI part, which meets the category of both necessary and sufficient. If we're both clean in the green category, it makes perfectly good sense if you're SI, okay. But it's revelatory about the difference between SC front stack and SI front stack. Now, it's interesting to think how long clean remains on you after you take a shower. It depends somewhat on what you do after you take a shower. Obviously, if you take a shower and then you go roll around in the dirt right after, you don't remain clean for very long. It's a very brief status of clean you've attained. But if you're just going through normal life, like Rachel, just maybe doing a couple of chores around the house, watching film TV, or looking at stuff on her phone or whatever, how long do you remain in the state of clean? I just guesstimated 6 to 8 hours. If it's more than 8 hours, you're pressing it for sure. That, wow, I had a shower 8 hours ago. Well, yeah, clean is a state in the sense that it's binary, right? It's like in that regard, it's like consent, right? You need both parties wanting it, so it's a binary. It's either yes or no. There's no other statuses. Clean as well is binary, so you need A, consent from both parties, B, cleanliness from both parties, and then you're good to go. It's really all the only things you need are those two states. And you can have a state of yes, no with consent, or you can have a state of clean, dirty with cleanliness. If you attain consent and dirty, well, you can fix that by showering and change your status to clean. So then the question is, well, how long does that remain that status before you become dirty again? I'm really going to say 6 hours is a little. Any more than 6 hours, you're kind of pressing it, but it's a state, but underneath there are gradual distinctions. When it hits a certain threshold, the status flips. Right. Sure, you can point out the fact that in reality there's a gradation of increased dirtiness that occurs over time. It's not like you stay clean, 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 and all of a sudden you get dirty, right? Some things are like that, but not cleanliness and dirtiness. So, but nevertheless, we can only interpret it as a green light or a red light in terms of go or not with the eventual act of intercourse, right? So, accordingly, it functions as a binary even if it's not actually. What's interesting about aging is they say that aging is not like that, like gradual, like you get a little bit older with time. Like in the next hour, I'm gonna get 1 hour older. Then in my body and stuff. Apparently, it's not really like that. You stay about the same age biologically for a stretch of time. Then within a short period of time, you get a lot older and biologically. So apparently, that's what it is with aging. It's not it's not gradual or graded like that. So things have different qualities as systems, right? Too clean is actually bad. There's no such thing as too clean, okay? Because it's like I just washed that thing. Why am I washing it again? Well, because, it's clean, but is it really, really clean? I just want to make sure it meets that status of clean in full without any doubt. Okay, well, yeah, you can dry out your skin with too much soap, right? Sure. But you don't necessarily have to always use soap to clean something. You just wipe it with your hand a lot, for example. So just be okay with that. Maybe it doesn't have. Obviously, you don't want the problem with it being too drying out your skin. I mean, it's not that it's too clean; it's that it's too dry. Okay, that's what you're doing, Fly Guy. You're trying to pull a switcheroo with terms here. Yes, being too dry goes along with being extra clean in some instances, but that doesn't mean that too clean is the same problem as too dry. You can clean in moisturizing ways. Like I might clean something by getting some oil and rubbing it all over it, right? That's not going to make it dirty. It's going to make it susceptible to getting dust on it later, maybe. But no, cleaning is mostly important during sex for SI reasons. That's why. But not not in general for clean, yes, I agree, happy reasons. So different area, different thing. In regular life, being clean, I don't want to stink because I don't want other people to think I stink. And I should change my shirt because this one looks absolutely filthy. Those are just all FE stuff, right? But that's not why I want to be clean during sex. I guess some people are like, no, I want it dirty and stinky. Not really me, though. For sex, it's subjectively like my subjective stuff. Like I, I don't know. I don't know. In general, I think like sex doesn't make any sense, right? You're grossly getting your juices all over another person and getting their juices all over you. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't want that at all. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. It's you can't explain it, right? It doesn't explain well. I like to build up it's dirty from all the impact in the shower after before relaxing. Well, that makes sense, but I just fall asleep or get up. Go, I think I'm still clean except for sex stuff, which isn't that really that dirty. I just get up and put on my clothes and go about my day feeling clean as a whistle, or just fall asleep. That's the best sleeps when that happens. Maybe that'll happen later today. I feel pretty tired right now. Even though I was in bed for a good amount of time. Got a fair amount of sleep. Right, it's just not what you prioritize when things are in conflict with one another. And that's what people who want to like say, well, can't you be everything all the time? No, because things come into conflict with each other all the time. You might be aware of the SE of the SE part. Like I'm aware that having sex now means I don't have to wait or something. I don't know. But I don't prioritize that kind of consciously at all. I prioritize SI. In fact, SE is super unconscious for me. I don't even really know how to talk about 8 slot, I feel like FI is much more conscious for me than SE. Neither of them are particularly conscious, and a lot of things that I'm identifying as FI are probably not FI or whatever. I don't understand FI very well. It doesn't have a clear cut mechanics of deliberation. It's the alternative to that. So it's hard to describe. It's easy to describe TI's strategy of deliberation because it's TI approved. It's universal. It's there to be communicated to everybody else what's correct or incorrect based on consistency and stuff. But it's hard to describe what FI is because it's all subjective. It makes determinations about what's important to you and etc. But when I'm experiencing it, like I can clearly say, okay, well, here's the mistaken logic. You've committed this mistake. You've affirmed the consequence. Say that because all pigs have snouts and I have a snout, I must be a pig. But things other than pigs have snouts. You've committed a logical fallacy. I can do that with TI. It's hard to do that with FI. Like, well, you hurt my feelings. you know, I don't know. It's hard for me to even talk about how you would come up with the mechanics for it. It's it's something like how much importance something has for you, expressing in either protection, possessiveness, or it's like I can't even conceive of how to. It'd be such a mess to try to explain. If it flummoxes me every time I even talk about it because it's something that's a physical, subjective thing. What wins out when third slot and fifth slot are in conflict? Um, I don't know if it plays out evenly across functions. For me, fifth slot wins. Which is to say, I'm perfectly happy believing that I'm correct holistically about something, and everybody else is incorrect about it, simply because they're wrong. But it's also the case that if I'm the subject of the FE critique, like if I insist this in I truth, it's going to get me people hating me a bunch, then I won't say that out loud or something. So there you go. Oh, did it? I didn't see the ending of it. I started watching it. It was 7-7, and then Indiana kicked a field goal. It was 10-7, and that was the last I saw in it. Who won? I'm not gonna watch it, but I could, but I'm not gonna watch it. So actually, don't tell me who won. Don't tell me who won. If you haven't already typed it and put it in, don't tell me. Maybe I'll watch it. Okay, I think I will. I'll continue watching it. I'll pick up in the like late in the third quarter or something. Okay, I will. Thank you, Cat. I will watch the rest of the game. I don't know what's happened, and I will watch it. So nobody tell me. Okay. It sounds fun. Sounds exciting to watch. I've got it recorded on YouTube TV because fortunately it wasn't on ESPN, which YouTube TV is still not made a deal with Disney. I really need to watch something on ESPN tomorrow. It's like one of the huge games of the year for me to watch is the USC women's game against North Carolina State, who are number 9 in the country, and we're ranked 18, or were before our first game anyway. It's a somewhat untested group, a lineup led by a true freshman in Jazzy Davidson, who's going to be really good. She had a rough, kind of a iffy first game, but she's going to be really good. And I really want to watch that game tomorrow. If I don't have it on TV here, I don't want to like pay for some other service. Maybe I should, but temporarily or something. I mean, I could get Hulu again. I don't know why we don't have it. We had it, but somehow we don't anymore. Or we can't log into it or something. You know, Disney has this kind of set of problems with combining all the various things in their different logins into one. It was a mess. And I had multiple times when I couldn't log in and blah blah blah. So I don't even know if we don't have it right now because we don't have it, or if we don't have it because I can't log in. Yeah, I know Hulu is. We had it. Now I can't seem to log into it. So maybe we don't have it. When I do log in, it says, "Okay, get it. You have to pay for it now. You don't have it." So maybe I don't have it, but I'm not convinced I don't have it because I don't remember ever canceling it. So maybe I just didn't renew it and I was supposed to or something. I don't know. Maybe it asked me if I wanted to renew it and I said no. It's possible. But I shouldn't have said no because I should have been. I mean, I already knew that the like the Disney premium stuff, I mean, including ESPN, was on Hulu. I can get all the different ESPN networks. I guess I thought I didn't need it anymore because of YouTube TV, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what happened with Hulu. Many residents in Miami bought property in the last couple of days as they prepare for the influx of the exodus from New York City. This will be interesting. Well, I mean, as soon as he gets his way, just because he campaigned on something and tries to do it doesn't mean he's going to get his way, right? He's just the mayor, he's not the king. Surely there's some equivalent to a legislative body that if the mayor is equivalent to a president or an executive. There's also the courts, which are independent of those, the local whatevers, like your local city council may approve, yeah, but the courts are independent of the local. Your local don't get to have their own courts. So we'll see what the courts do as well. I don't know to what extent it's been litigated before the question of rent control and whether or not the courts are willing to revisit the legitimacy of it and stuff. There are limits to which the government can tell property owners what to do with their property constitutionally, even though they may not be expressly stated in the Bill of Rights. Well, yeah. I mean, extremists want extreme things. Um, when they don't get the results they would think they're going to get. Like in Zimbabwe, some elected or unelected, I don't remember, but executive king type person appropriated all the white owned ranches in Zimbabwe and gave them to black people who didn't know how to farm at all. Like, here, you poor non farmers, here's a farm. It's yours now. Well, obviously, the entire economy in Zimbabwe collapsed. Inflation was at unheard of obscene levels. It would just destroyed any semblance of civility in the country. It was a complete fucking disaster. SCOTUS is the end of the road as far as what's correct. So I'm tired. I feel like taking a nap. How long have I been streaming for? 3 hours? I'd expect, uh, I expect to have a little bit more liveliness in this. But, I'm not taking Adderall too, so it makes sense. I did take a Wellbutrin. I took one. Do I watch NASCAR? No, I don't watch any NASCAR. I don't watch any car racing at all. Even my dad, who did car racing in Europe, did not watch car racing and thought it was incredibly boring. Although he watched it in Europe, I think no, I don't know if he went there just to work. I think I don't think he went to watch the car races. But maybe he did go just to watch it one year. I'm not sure, but he didn't watch it on TV. I certainly have zero interest in watching car racing. I think it's incredibly boring. If you want to watch something that's maybe slightly more interesting than car racing, those motorcycle races where they lean really far over, those are kind of fun to watch, I guess. Or like those dirt bike races where they jump over the jumps, those are kind of cool, I guess. I don't mind races like that are short. Um, like 5 times around this little track, whoever wins, wins. Those are kind of fun. But these long races, car races with full size cars and stuff, what a boring thing to watch. I certainly would never go to watch it in person, in part because it'd be so loud and full of exhaust fumes. NASCAR is not frowned upon. People who watch NASCAR are kind of made fun of a little bit. Like the people across the street from me. They're exactly the kind of people who might watch NASCAR. They listen to horrible out-of-tune country music. I've heard them, like messing with their engines and stuff over there. But they seem like decent people. They're they're not abusive to each other or the kids or anything. Um, I don't think they're criminals or anything like that. They're just uh, they're just that kind of people. They're just NASCAR kind of people. They they play their horrible music very loud, but they only do it respectably until like 9:30, and then they'll turn it off. So, but ignoring the fact that it doesn't matter what time of day it is, your horrible music is horrible and just noise pollution to the woods and everybody. It doesn't matter what time of day it is. It doesn't matter if it's from noon to 4 or 4 to 8 p.m. It's 4 hours of horribleness. So I just wish you wouldn't do it at all. Even if you were playing good music, it's like, do we need to fucking just? We're out here in the forest for peace and quiet and stuff. Do we need to? Do we need to fucking blast our music all the time? It's ridiculous. But they you know, they like to party. They like to have a good time. They're young, I guess. I don't know. They got young kids, so they're probably in their 20s or something. And I remember how I was like that too. I like to party and have a good time. I didn't have absolutely impossibly bad taste in music, but like, how do you even choose to listen to music at all if you have that? It's just that's the things you could listen to. It's just that stuff. You just say, never mind. I don't ever want to listen to any music if this is the only stuff I could listen to. It's all horrible. There's nothing. I've never heard them listen to one good thing over there. Not a single good song have I ever played. Have I ever heard played by these people across the street? It's it's crazy to say because they play music over there quite loud quite often, you know. Am I stoned? I took mushrooms earlier. The weed kind of mixes in the mushrooms. I can't really. I just say it kind of gives the mushrooms a little boost. It's not really a distinct headspace being high on weed and high on mushrooms when you're high on mushrooms. So I don't really know what to say about that question. I did smoke some weed recently. I could smoke some more. I probably should. I'm being a little bit, you know, derelict. That's the word I'm looking for. I'm being a little derelict in my duty. I'm sorry about that. I don't want anyone to accuse me of dereliction of duty. A dereliction of duty. Instead of Call of Duty, they should also have Dereliction of Duty, a game where you try to get out of work in the military. I'm glad to hear it, Pretty Cat. Congratulations to you. What a wonderful gift you have. You have the gift of being able to enjoy alcohol and not become a drunk, you know? That's such a gift. You should cherish it. Because it's a wonderful drug. I wish I could have a good relationship with it like you do. But, you know, I do the best I can without it. All right. I'm not a give up kind of guy. I'm still gonna try to get high. Well, maybe that's why Show Media. Show Media says he's on no drugs and feel retarded. Maybe that's the problem. You don't have any anti-retardation pills? I have to take them every day, otherwise I get more and more retarded. Yeah, I got a pill that reverses Down syndrome. I took it. I've been taking it for years, but until I was 36 or something, I was severely, profoundly retarded with Down syndrome. I started taking the pill. I got gradually less Down syndrome each day. So now I'm mostly Down syndrome free. But occasionally, I'll slip back in the old man. Yeah, I was severely, profoundly Down syndrome-y. Down syndromatic is a good way to put it. Because it was a very cinematic experience. It was just a succession of a montage of instances of me going up to people and saying, I'm a bad person. When you can't, when you're up, you can't get Down syndrome, can't get down, can't get level. There's guys I've tried, other things, none of them are better than booze. Well, I agree with you, Pretty Cat, to be honest. I mean, there's a lot of other things that I like a lot that I wouldn't want to give up, but there's something irreplaceably wonderful about that first just feeling of it going down your throat. The warmth hits your stomach, and just like your whole body just relaxes, and it's just, oh, thank God for this. Yeah, that's what I would feel if I did that right now. I'd feel like, oh, I've been waiting for this for 10 plus years, but I'm not gonna do that. But yeah, it's a wonderful experience for. That's why so many people have a problem with it too. Main diet being grilled cheese and applesauce. Diet grilled cheese and applesauce sounds pretty good right now. Grilled cheese and applesauce. I don't think we have any applesauce. I have all the ingredients for grilled cheese though. And I don't even have apples that I could make sauce out of. But I could go get apples from the neighbor's tree and make sauce out of. I don't know. They wouldn't mind at all. It's great to have those good neighbors, you know. Anyway, I could, in theory, go get apples from the tree and look up how to make applesauce. Probably you need like a blender or something. We don't really have a blender. I mean, we don't have a blender. There's no really, like, we have sort of a blender. We don't have any blender. We do have a mixer, but I need a blender. I'm gonna be honest. I need a blender, especially because I don't want to be chewing stuff really at all for a while after I get my teeth done here until it heals. Just wanna, I don't know, like get a Cuisinart to chop up everything, make it super soft, so I can just kind of put it in my mouth, get it a little wet, and swallow it. It's critically important that these teeth that I'm getting done work, that they don't get infected, that etc. So I'm gonna have to make sure that I do everything I need to do um, to prevent that from happening. I learned a valuable lesson with the previous one, so we'll see what happens. I'm gonna be not smoking for quite a while after I get it done, or using any kind of straw or even point bong rips. At some point I'll probably like smoke a joint or smoke out of a pipe that hits really easy. Try to avoid suction. He's like, you might have a stick blender. Yeah. I got that blender I made out of sticks, but it's not really that effective. It's just, instead of chopping things up, it just makes it more have wood on it. Oh, this butter has wood all over it. Ah. A Cuisinart would be better than a blender. But you really need both. They're slightly different tools for different purposes. Like, if you want to make a milkshake or something, you gotta have a blender. You don't need a. It's hard to do in a Cuisinart. It's like I came from a home that had, of course, blender and Cuisinart and all these things in my parents' house. And for some reason, I can't blame myself at the time, but I wish I had been smarter about what to bring with me. Because the fact is, it doesn't matter if I can buy a new one. It takes me months or years to buy something because of where my SE is, a slot. If it's like why have I not can finish the pond yet, or at least have it functioning and make a determination if I want to do more aesthetic work on it before I really get it going. The reason is because I don't want to buy this $179 pump, or I do want to buy it. I want to buy it. I'm going to buy it. But it's $179. It's not that much money. I spend that much money on like weed drinks when we go to the weed store for Rachel. But I don't know. I spent all the money making the whole thing. It's like if I needed to spend another $40 on concrete or something, I would do so. I have plenty though left, but for some reason I'm bulking at buying this pump, and now it's just sitting out there, just waiting for me to make a decision about buying the pump. Even though I already know what the decision is, but I just don't want to do it. Just trying to save money, I guess. $179. It's not that much. But it's like if it was $79, I'd already have bought it. For some reason, I guess I'm around $200. I get this like, yes, maybe later. Maybe right now I don't want to spend that money with this much in my checking account. Yeah, it's not that bad, $179. But it's got me somehow just stuck in this spot with the pond. So I feel pretty tired. It'd be nice to sleep well. When is it going to snow at my house? Good question, Putty Cat. You know, there's a 2 month lag called a thermal lag between. Have you ever wondered why the shortest day of the year isn't the middle of the summer instead of the beginning of the summer? I wondered that one day. Why is it that the shortest day of the year, the longest day of the year, June 21st, why isn't that the middle of summer? Why is it the beginning of summer? Because that's got to be the hottest point, right? It's the longest day. No, actually, there's a 2 month lag called a thermal lag. So it's always the weather occurs 2 months behind the day shortening or lengthening. So like the coldest day of the year is not actually December 21st, which is the shortest day of the year, but the that your expected coldness for that occurs instead 2 months later around February 21st. So that's when you're most likely to get snow in California. That's why you're most likely to get snow in California in February, late January, and not so much in November and December. If we go by a 2 month lag, you could think that we're currently experiencing 2 months ago weather in terms of length of day. And 2 months ago, in terms of length of day, was, you know, about the equinox, right? September 21st or so. It was less than that. I mean, it's September 10th or something. So we're getting, middle of September weather if you go by day length right now. And if we go by that, then we're going to get snow. Earliest you're going to get it is October in terms of day length. So accordingly, we got another month or so before we might see snow. And that's a long explanation of why we're not going to probably see snow until at least December, and maybe January and February we're going to see more of it. And that's just hoping that we get wet weather in December to turn into snow. Because you don't have any storms, and obviously you can't get any snow. We are supposed to get rain this upcoming week. But like I said, given that we're experiencing the weather of a day length of 2 months ago, mid-September, it's not surprising that it's rain instead of snow. So it's cool to think of it like that. Because you should get snow from late October, like put December 21st in the middle, then you get November, October, let's say, and then January, February. So you should get maximum snow December 21st, a little bit late October, a little more in November. As you get late November and early December, you get the most snow, and same with early January, you get the most snow, right? Because it's right around December. Instead, move that whole thing 2 months. That's the story of weather. You got to move that whole thing 2 months. So it's good to imagine that we're currently not in November 8th, but rather September 8th in terms of our weather. Hanging out with a bunch of naked dudes in a hot room. I'm just hanging out with my slong in the bathroom with these guys. It's super hot because the steam coming out of all the holes in the wall. That's where the steam comes from. Is that where the steam comes from in group saunas? I don't think people are generally naked in saunas. Don't they have like swimsuits on or something? In, in group saunas, they must have swim. I remember going to the sauna in Mammoth. It was near the pool and stuff, and obviously we had bathing suits on. Nobody went in there naked. It was one sauna for men or women, but I only remember really us kids ever being there, and me and my friend who I took with me, on the trips. My parents always used to let me bring a friend with me on these trips, and and if there were people in there, we wouldn't go in there usually. But usually it was empty, so we'd go in there. I don't remember ever seeing any naked people in there though. Why would somebody like get out of the pool with their swimsuit on and then take it off when they get into the sauna? That doesn't make any sense. Your sixth grade teachers were very enthusiastic about showing us the saunas on the field trip. I like the sauna because you had hot rocks. I don't know how the rocks were made hot, but and it had a thing of water and a scooper. You could scoop water onto the rocks to make it more or less steamy. That's how you decided how steamy it was. But you couldn't put too much water on the rocks or it would cool them down. So you had to be judicious, even if you wanted maximum steam. You couldn't just continually pour water on the rocks. I appreciate you guys making me remember my childhood sauna experiences. I just always thought it was cool that you could. We didn't necessarily want that much water in the rocks anyway. I kind of liked it drier. We tried to put it as hot as we could get it. It was kind of fun, I guess. I guess I enjoyed it. Sensory experiences. It's hard for me to make meaning out of it exactly. But it's kind of SI I could spend time with and feel kind of happy about, but still feel bittersweet sad. It makes me think about what amazing parents my parents were. Like they'd say, bring a friend along on your trip, on the family trips and stuff. I guess it made it easier for them. They didn't have to deal with me all the time. I was having fun and they could do their thing. But I was incredibly privileged growing up. Still am incredibly privileged. That's like fourth is a bitch. You're not gonna be, you're not gonna do a good job of at all of what do they call it? Archiving stuff, archival stuff, making sure you how to keep track of and maintain the quality of everything that you're given. So it's like I'm given all these precious memories that are good, positive memories, but I don't spend any time remembering them as such because I'm fourth slot SI and I just don't know what to do with what are mostly sensory experiences. You know, it's not like I do have plenty of memories about conversations that um, involve more metaphysical stuff, but I don't know. It's like my SI and my nature make it such that I don't even have a good relationship with my good memories. It just kind of makes me sad. Makes me feel like somebody who has, by and large, underappreciated and tossed away precious birthright. Which is sad and somewhat true and somewhat not. Something I gotta experience the reality of to process emotionally. It's a difficult one to not process as ontologically, like to say. It's representative of my inadequacies and failures and in totality I get an F grade for life or something. It's easy to go that way and have your memories just be condemnations of you. ultimately. And every failure leads to an increasingly negative, holistic self that you feel is somehow failing to live up to anyone's standards, even your own, and to his own detriment. All my wounds in life are self-inflicted. It's difficult to live with that, and not see oneself as a tragic wrecking ball of disaster. But if it's on ESPN Putty Cat, I can't watch it. I don't know what network it's on. I do want to watch it, so don't tell me what happens. If I have it available, YouTube will record it for me automatically. It's been already been instructed to get all the college football games. I do have harsh self talk when I'm engaged in it, and I'm trying to change that. I recognize that I made a lot of mistakes, and I recognize the fact that all my wounds are self inflicted, and I mean it's not exactly true. Sometimes, every once in a while, it's not really my fault, or there's someone who ultimately bears at least as much culpability because they were exploiting some weakness of mine, you know, intentionally. But regardless, I still have ownership of my own behavior. It doesn't matter, and 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 my habit is to evaluate things. So it's hard for me to have a good self concept when I'm looking at the totality of data with all the negative stuff highlighted because I don't really have any clear metric to evaluate positive stuff, nor do I have an intentional habit of remembering that because ultimately I approach myself like I approach most anything else, which is I'm making a case, right? And the case that's most easy to make is on me with the negative memories prioritized and highlighted in my frame of reference because it's easy to articulate why something's bad and why something's good. Anyway, it makes for a very very messed up and fragile self concept. It or I don't know if it makes for it's part and party to mental health stuff, self concept, and more particularly things like depression, anxiety, and self loathing. But ultimately, I think those things, those habits, it's really difficult to chicken and egg what are articulable behaviors of self talk and our distinction of disorder. I'm so tired. I need to go to sleep. I don't know why I'm so tired. I got a lot of sleep last night. Okay, I will watch it. I will watch it. That's usually the case. Most human wounds are self inflicted. I mean, that's the horrible thing. Is like I had to grow in life in the worst possible way. It feels like I had to do everything wrong to understand. Like, don't do that, idiot. Instead of if I were NI front stack, I would understand things for what they are with my intuition consciously. Instead, I have to experience everything, right? To learn things. So I it's been a rough ride in terms of growth because all my growth comes from me fucking up in some way and learning a lesson about it. And if your self concept is articulable as a bunch of fuck ups from which I've grown, it's hard not to think totality, you're a fuck up. But the reality is when I'm thinking, well, I'm thinking I'm not that person who did those things. I'm the person who suffers from their actions and who has grown from it. Um, that's not me. You know, when I'm thinking about things properly, I understand it as that unfortunately, to be wise, correct, compassionate, etc., and not fucking up, and to be okay in the sensory realm, which means doing what I have to do and not doing what I can't do, is always going to be a challenge for me. But not doing what I can't do is easy, and that's the most pain. Those are the most painful lessons learned. Is like I did this thing and I hurt that person and I damaged them in some way. You know, but I got to remember that because of that, I get to walk through life in the present, free from fear of making those mistakes again because that they hurt so bad, right? And and because of the reality of this quote, the mind is a place of its own. It can make a heaven of hell or a hell of heaven, which is a quote from I think Milton. I'm not sure. I heard it in some YouTube video I watched earlier. So, blah de blah yada yada, going there and here and there and blah blah blah, etc. So you get it. You can just figure out where I was going and just go there yourself. You don't need me to explain it all. Always explaining this and that. You're such an explainy guy, Eric. Yeah, I can be explaining. Thank you, you 12 people here. Thank you very much for being here. I love you. You're critical to my well-being. I live streaming and having 5 or 10 people here is a big deal for me because it allows me to engage and socialize and stuff, even though I'm out here in the woods. Right? Makes me not lonely, and so it makes me feel connected in general. Another thing that does that is making phone calls, calling Delilah, calling Cameron, calling Dave Porter or something, talking to them. That always makes me feel connected as well. But if I don't talk to people in some kind of actual way, like concrete sensory world way of actually communicating with people, like this is actually communicating rather than just sitting here and watching TV, for example. Um, is critical to my mental health. And when I'm not feeling mentally well, I find that it corresponds with me not doing that as well, even though I think I should. Rachel's currently on the phone with her friend who's, I think she's talking about, they've been talking about this kind of rough relationship thing that happened to her friend where it sounded like she was with a kind of toxic guy and like started getting a little more serious. Somebody ghosted her or something. Anyway, that's what I gleaned from what Rachel said about it and overhearing little bits of it here and there. Obviously, her friend needs to talk about the experience, and Rachel's Rachel seems to actually, with this friend, it is possible for sometimes for Rachel to be like, oh, Rachel is my call and bitch at person. Like, oh, I did it doesn't really listen or anything. That's not the case for this person though. She seems to have a good relationship with her. Talks to her a lot. I think the woman self-identifies as ESTP. I think she is because simply because Rachel seems to enjoy talking with her a lot. Just like I like to talk with ISFJ, Dave Porter, or ISTJ, Cameron. The SI is very like in my wheelhouse. I think the same thing is true of Rachel and her dual. And I also note that I tend to like to watch um, ISFJ made content, although I've changed my opinion about Adam from ISFJ to INFP. I think he's an INFP who's doing a pretty damn good job of getting stuff done. Even though you would say, like, how can he be a successful YouTuber who takes public transportation and edits these videos and stuff, and he's an INFP? Well, I mean, that's the thing about life. You get into certain routines and stuff. It's just called Adam, ADAM. That's his channel name. And he's got a check mark next to it. So I don't know what else to say about it. No, he's this guy who lives in the Bay Area and he takes public transportation places and he makes videos about it. He edits them well and he films them well and he narrates them well. It's pleasant core. I'm gonna make a video. I think myself if I feel sufficiently motivated um, about Pleasant Core and the creators that I think are leading the pack in this field, this important field of Pleasant Core. Because if you're feeling like anxious or blue or whatever, there's nothing more pleasant than some Pleasant Core. Adam is Pleasant Core. I'm gonna put in the four kings of Pleasant Core. I'm gonna put Desert Drifter. Okay, he's dead. R.I.P. Desert Drifter. He was among the kings of Pleasant Core. I can't watch his stuff now because it's sad because I know he's dead, right? But when he was alive, he gets honorary commission into the Pleasant Core even though he's dead. Okay, so Desert Drifter is one king of Pleasant Core. The next king of Pleasant Core, and my favorite king of Pleasant Core, is Steve from Sidetrack Adventures. Oh, so pleasant. And the third king of Pleasant Core, I mean, really, I want to put Steve as the emperor of Pleasant Core, but I'm going to make him just four kings of Pleasant Core, okay? So we got Desert Drifter, we got Steve, we got Noel Phillips. Noel Phillips, he rides on airplanes and makes videos about that, okay? So he gets to be on Pleasant Core, King. And then there's one more. I said Desert Drifter, I said Steve, I said Noel Phillips, and Adam. Right, Adam is the fourth king of Pleasant Core, okay? I think of these kings of Pleasant Core, we've got Desert Drifter was, I think, an ISFP. And we've got Steve, who's ISFJ. And we've got Noel Phillips, who I think is maybe ESFJ. I'm not really sure. Could be ISFJ as well. I'm not sure. And then we've got Adam, who I think is an INFP. He he said at the end of a recent video, he's like, I need one thing I want to accomplish on this particular trip is he makes a list of things like, okay, I'm gonna do this, 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 and this on this particular trip. One thing I want to do is pick a video series I'm gonna do for next year out of the 600 plus ideas I have written down in my thing, my laptop or whatever. I have to pick one. It was a very INFP moment where they hate having to NI. They can spend all day NEing a bunch of other possible ideas as their tool function. Perfect example of INFP right there, I thought. They got 600 plus ideas of possible series they could do, and they have to pick one. But it's kind of like, you know, kind of true of any one and two, but I think even more so of tool function. All right, let's go outside and have a cigarillo. So those are the 4 kings of floating core. One of them's dead. Desert Drifter, R.I.P. You made great content. I enjoyed it a lot. You just walked around the desert and found those places where Indians left their little houses and stuff they made in the rocks. And you showed it to us. And you did it in such a pleasant ISFP fashion. Thank you, Desert Drifter. You will be missed, R.I.P. So I have to say about Desert Drifter. You did a great job of being a YouTuber. And people think Adam is ENTP. No, I think Adam's an INFP. I think Adam's an INFP. I mean, you can see the FI. It's not an ENTP. Oh, you're talking about Adam in the Bible? I'm talking about Adam the YouTuber. He just goes by, he just has that name, you know? I guess he was the first one to get that name. I don't know. You're talking about Adam from the Garden of Eden. I don't know what type he is. I've never been able to type him. He refuses to answer all of my questions. I need a beverage and a cigarillo. No, I didn't put it. I'll watch it later, okay, if it's that exciting. Okay, well, maybe I'll put it on now. Fuck it. Let me see. It's on CBS. I can put it on now. Put it on live. CBS, right there. You're talking about Oregon versus Iowa? All right, I got it on in the background. What's the score? We got to play Oregon later in the season. Did we play Iowa too? Who else did we play in the season besides Oregon and UCLA? I think we played Iowa, Oregon, and UCLA, right? Oh, it's halftime, Playcat. It's halftime, okay? I think Iowa's got to play us next. We've got Washington versus Wisconsin. I gotta watch the end of the Penn State Indiana game, right? I'm gonna put that on instead. I'm gonna put it on right here. What's the score? Well, Indiana's up by 10 at this point in the game. Let me go a little bit further forward. 20-17. Okay, Penn State's got the ball. It's 20-17. It's fourth quarter, 10 minutes left. I'll watch it from here. How fun. Alright, we'll go outside, smoke a cigarette, watch this football game that already has happened. I do have cigarette. I just need a beverage. I can go with water or I can go Coors Edge. I think I'd like to keep my edge. What's interesting about this, football game is that Penn State is much worse than they usually are. Rachel and I enjoy walking by each other, both of us talking to our phones separately about different things. Yeah, that was fun. This game, Penn State's 3-5. Indiana has looked like gangbusters all season long. They're a juggernaut appearing 9-0. Not just 9-0 happenstance, but walloping other good teams. And they are up by 3 against a 3-5 Penn State team that lost to UCLA and has been underperforming enough that they got their coach fired. So this is quite a matchup here. If Penn State's holding tight with them in the fourth quarter, it's crazy. Indiana is 9-0. Penn State's 3-5, and lost to UCLA, who's at the very bottom of the Big Ten in terms of quality team. All right, I got my beverage. I have everything now. I can finally go outside and have a cigarette. Because I need to do one more thing before I'm able to do that. I need to open these shutters. Are you off the phone?
Yeah.
Cool. How you doing?
Good, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine. It's just mushrooms today.
I know, I remember.
Oh, you do?
We did talk.
We did talk.
We did.
Was I on mushrooms at the time?
Yeah, I think you were peeking.
That's why I don't remember it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was Friday.
Oh yeah, right. The whole thing. You know, my memory when I'm on mushrooms and stuff, it gets a little bit hazy.
It's okay. I love you.
I love you too, darling. Can you open this door for me?
Yeah.
Thank you. Penn State fighting hard to take down number 2 Indiana.
Indiana's number 2?
Yeah, they're 9-0 and they look like gangbusters all year.
Wow.
This last year was not a fluke. Indiana has looked better for sure than last year when they looked fantastic. This year, they have walloped everybody. Going into this game, they must have been favored by at least 10 to 17 points. I don't know what the line was, but they had to have been favored by a lot. Okay, I finally made it outside. This has been a struggle, man. I've been trying to do this for, it seems like an hour.
Have you? I'm
Yeah.
so sorry.
Well, because I didn't have a beverage or I didn't have this and that, you know.
Yeah, you need your things.
Yeah. I'm ready to go now, finally. Are we on the right side of each other?
Probably not, right?
I don't want to get smoke on you, but
Okay,
if
you're fine.
If we
I'm
both
good.
want to watch the game, then we're gonna have to stand close. Oh, Penn State just.
It's okay. I'm gonna.
Are you going back inside?
Yeah.
Are you gonna come back outside?
No, so you can.
Okay, I'm gonna go back inside for a second
Oh.
too, because I'm gonna get the mouse so I can fast forward through the commercials.
Okay. You going outside, Trouble? Come on.
So Penn State takes the lead 23-20. What's kind of impressive about Happy Valley, as they call it, the place where Penn State plays football, or maybe it refers to Penn State in general, I'm not sure. They have, looks like a pretty darn full stadium, even though they're 3-5. I can promise you that's never going to happen in LA when SC is 3-5. Even when SC's undefeated, the stadium's probably not quite full. I guess they got nothing better to do in Pennsylvania. I see a few empty seats here and there. All right. Bathing in smoke is invigorating. There's a huge spider on my back. Is there? What kind of spider is it? I don't see any spider on my back. Of course, I can't see my back very well, so maybe there is a spider on my back. If so, I hope he has good hunting, whatever he's going after. Presumably, he'll deter other bugs from coming to my back. Bug deterring spider. What's that spider doing on my back? It's deterring bugs. Other bugs from coming. Otherwise, before the spider came on my back, it used to be infested with back bugs all the time. Now I'm back bug free. Okay, let's see what happens in this football game, shall we? Penn State has kicked the ball off to, I'm sorry, the Hoosiers. They already run a play here and gotten a first down, it looks like. All right, fast forward a little bit too much. 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Penn State up by 4. Indiana at the, I'd say 40-yard line. I'm sure it's their own 40-yard line. Looks like a little bit short of that. They're on the 37-yard line. It's 1st and 10. They snap the ball. Fake. No, it is a handoff. I thought it was a fake handoff because he faked me. It was a fake handoff. But a fake handoff is you pretend to fake handoff because after you actually hand off, you pretend to throw the ball like you did hand off, right? That's why I mean by a fake handoff. He's pretending like the handoff was fake, but that's fake because it's a real handoff, but he's following through the fake. You see what I'm going for here. Down goes the quarterback. Big sack by Penn State's defense. That's a great fake archer. That's a great pretend archer. It's one of the best pretend archers you're ever going to see. I want to show you, seriously, I'm going to show you guys. This has got to be one of the best pretend archers you're ever going to see. I'm going to pause it and go back and show you. You would do a fake punt. Actually punt. I don't know how that would work. Punter quickly punts and then pretends to be throwing a pretend ball, I guess. That'd be the key way to do it. So you're going to see here an amazing pretend archer. I'll pause it right before they show it. Then I'll show you. Oh, that guy made a sack there. Number 30, whatever it is, for Penn State Nittany Lions. You're about to witness one of the greatest pretend archers in the history of sports. If you're not familiar with pretend arching, it's something you need to do a lot in football. After you make a big play, I think it's because there's a prohibition on doing like gun hand stuff. So after they make a big play, they go, "Bah! I shot the arrow." You know, they do that. So you're gonna see a great. I'm not a very dude. Obviously, I'm doing a terrible pretend archer. So don't critique me on my pretend archer. Is wrestling or football the bigger gay sport? Wrestling for sure, but diving even more so. Because diving, you get to do choreographed dives with another person. Both of you wearing speedos because team diving. Gymnastics is not gay. It seems kind of gay. What about rhythmic gymnastics? Surely that's gay. What about with those things? You know, how many men do this for? I wonder. Where they wave around with those little sash things or whatever they're called. Like, who came up with that as a sport? No, we're gonna wave these things around. You'll see, it's gonna be great. You just don't understand the mechanics of the sport. It's fantastic. You got a stick. You ring these things around. And it's like, oh yeah, woo! It's fantastic. Once you appreciate the subtleties of the sport, Eric, you're going to understand how great it is and how much of a sport it is. Rufus says he would love to do some elaborate TD celebrations. I'm also a fan of that too. That sounds like a gunshot. When you hear a single isolated gunshot, it usually means a hunter or one or two isolated gunshots. And when you hear a bunch of gunshots, they're targeted practicing. If you only hear one gunshot, it usually means a successful hunter. That's my guess. I don't have any way of verifying that, but it makes sense, right? So I feel pretty good. Pretty well, like, lightened. There's a second gunshot. That was quite a long time after the first one. There's the third gunshot. There has to be gunshots. I don't know. Maybe they're not. I bet YouTube's got some sort of like thing that recognizes that sound and does something possible. But it could be. It's difficult to distinguish for sure something. A report of a gun or something is, say, for example, a construction thing like putting down boards on each other or something. I'm putting down boards on top of boards. There's another one. At that point, I think maybe they're target shooting or just fucking around. What day is it? Saturday? Yeah. Just people out exercising their rights. Which doesn't bother me one bit. It doesn't bother me a single bit when I hear gunshots out in the woods. I just think, wow, people are out shooting their guns.
Sounds like it.
It's good for them. I wanted to show you guys this. This is the best fake archer in football. Okay, right here. Look at this guy after he does his fake archer. Just look at his face. Okay, watch this. Here we go.
A good fake archer.
Yes.
Wow, they're ahead, huh?
That's a good fake archer right there, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
He had a. He was.
I don't know how to pull the.
Yeah. It was a great play he made too. He deserved a fake archer for sure. Turn this down a little bit. Third and 11. Penn State is up by 4 points. Indiana has the ball. There's 4 minutes and a half left. If Penn State were to score a touchdown, for example, oh, that's delay of game. Yeah, they flagged it. No play. They didn't get it off in time. All right, now it's going to be longer even. 3rd and 16 for Indiana. Let me turn this light off so I'm not so backlit. Indiana throws across the middle. Incomplete. 4th and 16. There's 4 minutes left in all the timeouts. There's plenty of time. They're going to have to punt. They are going to have to punt. So let's see what happens with this punt. Earlier on Friday, USC made a spectacular fake punt. Got the backup quarterback in there. We were in the same number as the punter. And totally threw a beautiful pass to an open guy and got the first down on a fake punt. It was nice. Wonderful to see. Indiana, no fake punt here. They're going to real punt. And they do. It's a good punt. Takes a small Indiana bounce. It's going to be going to put Penn State at about their 30-yard line. 27-yard line, excuse me. And it's handed off, and wow, Penn State running back just gashes the Indiana run defense for a good 6 yards on first down. A 7-yard gain according to the commentator on the TV. 2nd and 3 is the official thing the TV says. So, all right. Penn State's one of those snobby teams like SC where they don't have the names on the back of the jerseys. Like SC or the Yankees. It's just, you have to know who's who by the number. It's kind of annoying. I'm a huge SC fan and I still only know some of the players' names. Another handoff. This time, wow, he manages to eke out 2-3 yards on that when it looked like he was going to be stopped for a loss. So, excellent job by the Penn State running back there, number 13. Number 13, not unlucky for Penn State today, as Indiana takes its first timeout. Indiana will face a third and short after this timeout. The offense comes out after a couple of fast forwards by Eric. And Penn State Lions lost 14 games versus top 5 opponents. Last one was 2016 versus Ohio State. Wow. I mean, everybody knew Penn State's that team that it's good every year but can't beat the really good teams. And they lose to them every time. I didn't know it was literally every time for like the last 10 years. It's crazy. All right, Penn State needs this 3rd and 2. This is a big 3rd down for Penn State right here. They get this third and 2 and get a fresh set of downs. They can do some stuff. They do get the first down as the running back finds a hole on the left side for 5 or 6 yards. It's going to be first down now for Penn State. Clock's running. Indiana has 2 timeouts left. Will Penn State be able to grind out the rest of this clock and win the game on the ground? Or will they have to take a chance and throw the ball at some point? That's the question. Right now, the Indiana run defense looks like they can't stop Penn State even when they know what's coming. And it's pretty obvious what was coming on that 3rd and 2. A run on the left side turned out to be, he gashed them pretty good. Now, from their own 38-yard line, 39, 1st and 10, Penn State hands the ball off again, up the middle, and gets nothing out of it. They don't really care about that. They can bleed the clock. It looks like Indiana has taken its 2nd timeout here before the 2-minute warning. We do have a 2-minute timeout in college football now. That's kind of a new thing. I don't know if it's new to this year, but it's pretty new. All right, 2nd and 10 for Penn State. Are they going to take a chance and throw the ball, or are they going to keep running the clock? They run the ball. They fake a fake run and run the ball up the middle and get absolutely nothing. 3rd and 10, 2:09. It looks like the clock is stopped because Indiana has chosen to take it final timeout before the 2-minute timeout. You're gonna have one more timeout in 9 seconds. That's built into the game. Penn State now 3rd and 10. Will they run it again, or will they take a chance of passing the ball and stopping the clock to the benefit of Indiana? Probably they will run it again. Nope. They fake the run. They throw a little outlet pass that gets 3 or 4 yards. The guy correctly stays inbounds. And now they're at the 2-minute warning. It's 4th down, though. Penn State's going to have to punt the ball. There's no choice about that. It's 4th and long. The TV takes some time out to take some commercials. And now we're back to the game because I used the fast forward button. There's a 5-yard delay of game penalty on Penn State. Puts them back 5 yards. Doesn't matter much for the punt. 4th and 12. The punter, number 99, kicks a good punt all the way down to, Penn State couldn't keep up with it, and it couldn't catch up with it, and it went into the end zone. He kicked it 63 yards. It was a magnificent punt. I understated what kind of a punt it was when I said it was a good punt, but it ended up going into the end zone. It bounced where if the Penn State defenders had been able to get there, they could have down. Oh, big sack on 1st and 10. Indiana's quarterback goes down. Now, and he's doing a great dance, number 28. He has a wonderful sack dance. Let me show you a bit of this here, maybe, and won't get in trouble, hopefully. Indiana, never mind. Oh, big pass! Wow! Indiana gets like 25 yards on that 2nd and 17 across the middle. Cooper Jr. comes down with it. They're now on their own 35-yard line, and they spike and stop the clock. 1 minute and 22 left, and they're going to need a touchdown because they're down by 4 points. A field goal won't do. Okay, they get a complete pass and goes out of bounds. Now it is 1st and 10 again. They're on their own 47-yard line, and coming up on midfield here. Penn State brings a blitz, and it pressures the quarterback enough that he overthrows an open receiver. Penn State brought quite a few guys on that time, so there was the The receivers were, the cornerbacks were on an island, as they say. Indiana, this time, the Penn State only brings 4. And Indiana makes a huge pass across the middle again to number 37, who is coming up a little gimpy. He wants to come out of the game, but now he decided, no, we're not going to come out of the game because we've got to spike and stop the clock. 1:07 left. Indiana doesn't have any timeouts. So every time they get a chance to, and the clock's running, they're going to have to spike it and stop the clock as they do here. In this case, however, okay, so they're redoing that 1st and 10. The clock's going to start on a signal. Indiana thought they clocked it. Now maybe they're not going to clock it. Let's see what happens. The Penn State defense Penn State defense is showing a little bit of pressure. And then they bring an extra guy or two, like 2 guys. Oh, big catch. Wow. Indiana comes down with it on the sideline. Amazing catch by Becker. Wow. Bang. Foot down, out of bounds. Hiddly hoo. Now we've got 48 seconds left. The clock, I believe, is stopped because he went out of bounds. It appears they're going to do a review, so the officials have stopped the play. Oh no, Penn State called the timeout. My mistake. All right. So Mendoza, the Indiana quarterback, has done an amazing job of leading them down the field here, putting throws with pinpoint accuracy on the quarterbacks. They are now just 6 yards away, 8 yards away from a touchdown. 1st and goal. They throw. Oh, it's incomplete. 45 seconds left. They got plenty of time at this point. It's not going to be a problem because they're not going to be running the ball. They could complete a pass. Oh, they snapped it when everybody was ready. They said, no, that's not a play. The officials are not letting that happen.
Yeah, they weren't even set up.
All right, let's see. Turns out Penn State called another timeout. 2nd and goal now from about the 8-yard line, 5, 6, 7-yard line. Indiana is going to pass the ball, obviously, so the clock doesn't really matter. It's bringing the blitz. They get to the receiver. Oh my goodness! They get to the quarterback. He throws up a lame duck, and Penn State defenders cannot come down with it for the interception. What a fantastic play. This is a good radio broadcast of this game, by the way. If you wanted to tune into a radio broadcast, here you go. I didn't know I was going to be broadcasting a game that's already happened, but I am.
You're doing a great job.
Thanks. 3rd and goal now for Indiana. Pressure all on Penn State's defense with 41 seconds left. If they do give up a touchdown right now, they might have time to go for, they will have a little bit of time to go for a field goal themselves to tie it up. That's possible, but obviously the defense, it looks like offsides. They didn't call it. The blitz is huge blitz, and did he come down with that? Oh my God! Oh my God! That's incredible. I did not think there was any chance that pass was going to be complete. Oh my God. Wow. Indiana. Let's see the review. Let's see the replay. Bang. How did he not get pushed out of bounds? How did he not get pushed out of bounds? I think it's a catch. I think that's a catch. Oh my God. That's the craziest catch I think I've ever seen. How did he not get? How did he stay in bounds on this play? It is a touchdown. Oh my God. What a crazy catch. This catch is insane. I've never seen such a crazy catch. There's no way he's going to be in bounds, and somehow he manages to stick his leg out and just get it down in bounds. And crazy. Yeah, just what this guy is saying. That is absolutely insane.
I'm glad that you weren't in the cat fight.
That's a touchdown, man.
Wow.
They can review it all day. It's a random touchdown. How he managed to get a foot in bounds before he's out of bounds. Like this, he picks up his one foot and bang, gets his other foot in bounds.
And that's okay?
Yeah, that's a touchdown. He touched the foot down in bounds before any part of him touched out of bounds. One of the most acrobatic plays I've ever seen. That's a touchdown. I don't even know why they're reviewing it this long. Yeah. Hey, wow. I'm guessing there's no way Penn State comes down and scores a time field goal here. This is it. They're done. They're toasted. Indiana fought through their challenge, you know, like the hero in the story they have there. What's it called? When the challenge for the hero to deal with.
The hero's journey.
That's what the whole thing's called, but yeah. Their challenge here in Penn State played a good game, very good game. Could easily have won, but that's just a succession of pinpoint throws and amazing catches by Indiana all the way down the field to win this game. 27-24. This last one is just unbelievable. How did he manage to get that in rounds when this guy's pushing him out of bounds in mid-air? It's crazy. He's right there watching it. He's right. He's watching every bit of it. He's seeing the feet. Yeah, he did an excellent job. The official did an excellent job. He got it right. With replay, it didn't matter. With replay, you know, you could always go fix it. But all right, well, that's enough for this game.
Yeah.
It's over.
Puttycat says now you can switch to Oregon versus Iowa.
He's not wrong. I'll just join live. See what it's at. Looks like Oregon just recovered a fumble. All right, the rule on the field is down by contact. Oregon's only up 12-7 in the third quarter. This is a little closer than I would have expected, maybe. But Iowa's that kind of team, you know. They're a real fighting team.
Those are the two options.
Looks like I got a message from somebody.
Me. Yeah.
Are you messaging me?
No, it's Amazon.
Oh, do you need the code?
Yeah, if you could.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's among the most amazing catches of all time. Because I thought when he threw that, I thought there is no way that's complete. Great job, Penn State defense. They brought the heat on that play. They had lots of pressure. They were in the quarterback's face. He threw this high ball. I thought there's no way that's going to be complete. And then when the guy caught it, I still thought there's no way that's going to be complete. He's going to be definitely pushed out of bounds. There's no chance of him coming down in bounds of that. And somehow he miraculously just sticks his leg out like his twister and just pushes it right into the end zone.
Wow.
So, I think I'm about ready to maybe end this live stream. I've enjoyed it a great deal. And I want to thank all of you for being here. It's been a well-attended stream. There's 16 people here. That's big for me. Let's see what maybe if there's something going on in the chat, I'll turn my attention back to the stream for a little bit. Let's see what's going on. I wasn't paying attention to the chat. I recently learned about football. Wasn't that interested in it, but then a cousin introduced me to it. He likes it to bet a lot. Oh, hi, Elias. Hello, welcome. Thank you for being here. I appreciate your attendance. Sorry I haven't acknowledged you earlier. Gambler 56. Indiana wins 27-24 gameplay 2 hours ago. I know that Gambler 56. I'm glad I didn't watch your thing. I was narrating a game that I hadn't seen yet because it was on my DVR. Okay. If you already knew the result of it, that's fine. But I didn't know the results of it. You might think, well, Eric, why did you talk about a game that already happened? Elias wants to know how I overcame being an alcoholic. I went to AA and I went there with a mindset of it doesn't matter what I think. I'm just here to follow instructions. And then, oh, hi, first last. And then you have to be fully humbled. It's pride is what gets in the way of fixing the problem because you think I can do something other than be serious about getting rid of this problem. So that's what I did, and I went to a lot of AA meetings for months, and then eventually I stopped going to them because I didn't. I wasn't of the mindset that I was there to quit smoking pot or that I was there to quit doing Adderall. My mindset was I was there to quit drinking, but this other stuff kept getting in the way of what they were saying and what I was experiencing, and I didn't want to be deceptive or anything, so I didn't stop going. But it served its purpose well enough, and it got me to stop drinking alcohol and take seriously the commitment to do that.
I wish though I would have taken it much more seriously if it like is what you were describing in that it was mostly for alcoholism.
Right. Yeah. I don't believe in the idea that you should treat addiction in general in some way. People have a relationship with various things that can be vices, right? Be they be they drugs or gambling or shopping or whatever. Things that give you pleasure. They have a higher. They have an unfairly skewed pleasure to work ratio, right? You don't have to work hard to get the pleasure if
Mm-hmm.
you're just taking a drug or buying something or gambling or something, right? But you need to respect the fact that each individual has a relationship with each of those possible vices, things that can be done to excess, and some of those are going to be healthy and some of those are going to be unhealthy. If it's critically unhealthy, like my relationship was with alcohol, then that person needs to abstain from that completely. That's how it should be understood, but it's not understood like that.
How do you know when you have a problem with more than one thing, though?
Well, you just have to deal with each problem separately.
Oh, I see.
So you say, I have a problem with, um, I I like to eat worms, and I eat too many worms, and it's making me sick. I just love worms so much. You have additionally a problem where you you like to smash pineapples when it's getting really expensive because you have to buy so many pineapples. You have to deal with each addiction in its
Okay.
own thing, one thing at a time. You could do it like around the same time in life, but you have to be each approach separately. Probably you want to do them not at the same time. If you've got like multiple addictions, quote unquote, some of those are stabilizing addictions that help you be who you are in a comfortable way and be okay, and some of those are destabilizing addictions um, that don't represent like a regular maintenance kind of thing, but instead represent something else. I mean, negative impact on your life. You got to kind of measure utility in terms of utility, in terms of impacts.
It's interesting because I've been listening to Lily Allen. Hello, I've been listening to the new Lily Allen album, and she's had like in one of her songs, it's called "Relapse," and because I've been like listening to analysis on the album, they'll talk about her addictions, and like it just makes me wonder, um if there's any sort of drug that she can take, like
I'm sure there are things you can do. Like she could take up smoking and it wouldn't ruin her life
yeah,
or anything.
she is a smoker.
The
She
thing is, Elias, what I want to tell you is you're right. You're not okay. You need to quit drinking. And you need to abstain completely. And you won't ever stop embarrassing yourself and feeling waking up shamed and hungover and hating yourself. That won't ever stop until you quit drinking completely. So those are your choices. You're gonna have to come to terms with mourning the loss of your friend.
yeah.
And that's what it is. It's like a friend that dies, a friend that was abusive and fucked you all the time.
But just like any other sort of grieving process, you're going to go through like thinking, "Oh, what a fucked up thing," and then you're going to glorify it and be like, "Oh, those were the times. Like, if I could just do that again."
Yeah, you really got to come to terms with the idea that alcohol is dead to me. I
Mhm.
cannot drink it
Mhm.
anymore, no matter what.
And that doesn't mean that it's going to be easy. Like, just because it's dead to you,
It may mean that you got to turn to other things harder to cope with that loss.
that's 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 what I. So in the song, she talks about how if she relapses, she's gonna lose her children, and that's a very real concern. But like, it just I just couldn't help but wonder if you and she got treatment, so she has a song relapse. And she talks about how relapsing, she's gonna lose her children, and she's gonna lose everything basically if she relapses. Um, she considers herself to be an addict. This is Lily Allen that I'm talking about, and she talks about needing a drink and specifically and a Xanax or a Valium, and I'm like, you know, that sounds incredibly difficult. Like, yes, she is a cigarette smoker, um, and yes, she did go to she said that being in New York was very helpful for her with her treatment of her addictions. I just wonder if there's some sort of if she if she really can't take any sort of drugs.
You could smoke pot all day long.
That's
And never life.
I want to say that to people.
Well, it's true, but the thing is, what she thinks is, if I give in to one thing, it's going to trigger me to give in to a bunch of other things.
Right. It seems like that.
But that's because they've decided that, or they've been convinced by people that in the total abstinence from everything thing, like NA.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
AA has it too. This total
NA.
sobriety. You don't have
Yeah.
anything that changes your head. They've been convinced. She's been convinced by that. And one of the things they say is, if you give in, the reason you can't do anything is if you give in to one thing, then you'll be back drinking in a second, right?
Yes.
But that's completely bullshit.
Right, because well, I don't really think I have an addictive personality, but
But yeah, the thing is, lots of people can drink and learn to drink fine, and that's
yeah,
fine.
yeah.
But Elias is clearly not one of them. You're not being helpful by projecting your experience onto him. Just because you were able to do that doesn't mean people like me are able to do that.
No.
He sounds a lot more like me in his relationship with alcohol than he sounds like you.
Yeah. No, I think that I think that there are people who can drink just fine. Like there are people who can go out to like brunch or something and have like 2 drinks max or even just one. Um but that's not everyone. I mean, I'll tell you straight up, like when I was going to brunch, I wasn't just having 2 drinks. I was fucking making sure I was having at least 3. I know when I was in a program for, marijuana addiction and I was getting tested and I had to like I lived like soberly for a few, years. Um, I always wish I had something to take off the edge because, yeah, I don't know. I am glad that Eric doesn't drink. I'm glad that I don't drink. I it's gotten me in trouble. I have a DUI, which I don't know if it's still on my record. I don't know if it goes away after 7 years or something. I forget. But I have a DUI. Um, I don't know. I think the thing that I had the most difficulty with is shopping. Shopping gives me like that dopamine, the dopamine that I look for in buying, uh, like an instant purchase. First Lash says, I agree. I'm glad Eric doesn't drink. I'm glad you're feeling better, Eric and Rachel. You guys are the standard I use for healthy relationships. Aw, thanks, First Last. Um, Blackstar says, I can't just have one or two. That's my problem with alcohol. And also drinking on top of meds, 20 pills a day for mental health does not go hand in hand. No, it doesn't. You can honestly like fucking kill yourself if you mix alcohol and drugs, and it can cause some fucking real damage. And I used to do that. I used to drink and take my medication like a crazy person. But if you know that you can't just have one or two drinks, like I'm not really sure that I can have just one or two drinks because when I'm drinking, I want to be drunk. I don't want to just I don't know why I would be drinking alcohol if it weren't to be drunk. It could, but yeah, if you don't have a problem with it, you don't have a problem with it. Not everyone does, and I know a lot of um, younger people, at least younger than me. So like people in their 20s, they're going so they're not drinking. If you almost lost your family, that's like a big deal. It's a big loss. First Slash says, yeah, I used to drink alcohol and do Xanax. Isaiah told me it was an INFJ. I was an INFJ, and I think it's true. I relate a lot to you, Rachel. Maybe you are, then. I don't know, man. I think people think that you can get addicted to weed. What it is for me is like I get addicted to, yeah, exactly like what Nova 5 is saying. I get addicted to the habit. So right now I'm having coffee, right? I like to have coffee in the morning. If I don't start my day with coffee, it feels weird. It feels off. Like I need and a lot of times I'll have my coffee and my weed at the same time. So like and I like inhalation. Like I like the inhale of the smoke, the holding it for a moment and then like letting it release. Like I love that. I used to wake up in the morning. I would have my coffee. I would have my bowl of cereal maybe, but I would definitely have my coffee and my weed. So, um, yeah, it's like the habit of it more than being actually addicted to weed. Cause like I haven't smoked weed at all today, yet. Um, I don't. It's not like no, it's not like nicotine. Nicotine is highly addictive, but again, a lot of people do get addicted to cigarettes because of the habit too. as you say, Rachel, drinking on top of all those meds and alcohol being a depressant, it would cancel out the antidepressants. Not good. Yeah, it's not good. Like, am I being stupid? And I don't know actually. What do you mean first laughs? What's making you feel stupid? Weed's not for everyone. Weed is not for everyone. Just like how like alcohol's not for everyone, weed's not for everyone either. Like I had friends growing up who weed would make them nervous. And if it makes you feel anxiety, you shouldn't take it. Marijuana is not for you. Maybe coffee is. Like my mom is basically addicted to coffee. Like I said, like I have a routine where like I start my day with a cup of coffee. My mom drinks she's drink coffee for years and years, decades. And if she doesn't drink coffee, she'll have a migraine because her body's now like dependent on it.
And the weird thing about that is I never feel any withdrawal when I don't drink coffee. But I do feel a great deal of satisfaction when I then do drink coffee.
Huh.
I just don't
That's
maybe
an
notice it or
interesting. That's interesting though, because I wonder if that's the same for me. I'm a little bit on edge if I don't have coffee in the morning, or if I don't start my day, whatever time that is, with coffee. I feel like I didn't get I didn't complete something.
Elias, regarding whether A is the only way, if it's a way you don't want to do, that's a sure sign that that's what you need to do.
Mm-hmm. Oh, really?
Yeah, because what you need to do is humble yourself completely and say, I I don't care if these things they're saying make sense, or I'm not going to evaluate them for accuracy or anything. I'm just here to do as I'm told and be fully humbled by the experience. And so it doesn't. Is AA the only way? Well, if you're looking for another way, then AA is your best choice.
Mm-hmm. I think, from what I know, that alcohol is one of the most difficult um, drugs to kick.
Yeah, well, I think.
Without.
I mean, I think it depends on the person, right?
That's true. That's
But
true.
for me, kicking it permanently, it just required me actually coming fully to terms with the fact that no, there is no possibility of maybe later on I'm going to drink. And really coming to terms with that was, it took some time, like I'm not keeping it in reserve. Well, maybe if this happens or maybe if that happens. And I really know that it's dead to me and I mourned it. And in some sense I'll always mourn it. Why did I quit AA? Because they didn't think I was sober because I was doing drugs. And I didn't want to lie about it or something.
I liked I liked A in theory. Like I would go because they in the program they would like suggest you go. I know, and
You
it's
don't belong in AA because you don't have a problem with alcohol. You can drink periodically and it's fine. You don't go crazy and etc.
mm,
You had no business being an AA. Even if they thought you were addicted to cannabis or what they were
yeah,
treating you for,
yeah.
that's not alcohol.
I appreciated people being vulnerable with their stories though. Some of that was relatable, like people kind of blowing up their lives because of I don't know.
Well,
I appreciate
yeah,
it.
here's the end of your confusion. One of the effects of the drug alcohol on you is that it makes you make bad decisions about alcohol. And that will always be the case. Just like if I take um, mushrooms, I'm going to have a predictable impact on me in the sense that I'll be on mushrooms, etc. I know that when I'm tripping hard, it's not a good time to figure out how to do something. For example, like figure out how to fix a washing machine. So that's one of the um, effects of that drug. One of the effects of the drug alcohol on you is that it makes you make bad decisions about alcohol.
You know, like I mean, people can be happy drunks, but still.
This guy is having what I used to have, which is consistently embarrassing themselves, being ashamed of the text they sent and stuff the next day. He's experiencing that kind of stuff.
That's a lot. Those are heavy emotions that you have to.
Yeah, and those are gonna ontologically harm you a lot, right? It's gonna really harm your self concept, etc.
Yeah.
And you start to hate yourself.
Yeah,
So the thing is, you got to quit drinking, and if you need to explain it to yourself, it's as simple as one of the effects of that drug, and it will always be this effect on you, is that it makes you make bad decisions about alcohol. Or more appropriately, it takes away your ability to make good decisions about alcohol. You don't. It doesn't mean you're always going to make bad decisions about it, but it's just a crapshoot, you know.
Well, I feel like one of the problems can be, which I feel like I would run into, is, oh well, like this time it'll be different, because your brain
Right.
can convince you.
Well, because you believe in your ability to exercise your own free will,
Yeah.
right? But you got to remember that we are fragile creatures who are built around our expectations and our when our expectations go awry from reality, then it's very distressing. And that's what happens when you have a problem with alcohol. Is you're expecting one thing and getting something else every time, or almost every time. Abuse of anything is bad. Well, definitionally, if it's abuse, then there's going to be a negative connotation. But like, do I abuse weed? The thing is, you got to remember that people are complex webs of relationships with different things. One of the ways that helped me quit alcohol was that I could smoke. I told myself, well, every time you want to drink, just smoke a bunch of weed instead. You know, it's one thing that I was able to turn to, and it's still part of the deal that I made with myself when I quit alcohol. So, tell me that I should quit smoking weed would be very negative impact on me. And it would have to be something that I very slowly came to think that that's what I wanted to do or something, because it's intertwined with a bunch of other stuff that's unseen by other people, right? Well, alcohol, when people have a problem with alcohol, it's ugly, right? It's more ugly than when people have a problem with, say, heroin, when they just sit at home and gnaw it off. Medieval peasants used to drink all day. It must have been round. They also died at 28.
yeah. They also died at 28. Like.
No, they died an old man at 28 with 7 kids and cirrhosis of the liver. Seven kids, one living.
7 kids, one living. Yeah, that's how it was, right?
Well, why would you have a problem with people smoking to excess even? Drinking, I understand, because people who were like publicly drunk and making a big scene and stuff,
that's so embarrassing.
you can reasonably critique that as a third party, right? But you can't reasonably critique people sitting around smoking a bunch of weed, because it has nothing to do with you whether they smoke a lot or a little or anything. And it doesn't. You can't point to actual impacts of other people that are negative. So you got to be distinct in each of these things. They have their own little lane, right?
I realize that like my vice is shopping, and I really feel embarrassed about it.
Well, we all have vices, and sometimes they get the better of us, and that's just part of being human. Part of growing too is to recognize where your areas of where you have to have self-discipline. There's some things in life where you have to. There's no other solution but self-discipline.
Yeah, and I have a very unhealthy relationship with it because even when I was making my own money, like my mom would make comments on, like I would feel like if I went shopping, I would hide the bags and stuff because it didn't matter if it was my own money and if I was in my budget, like any sort of shopping at all, like was like bad.
Well, I hope you're not re-experiencing this here. I mean, the bottom line is here you're having to be a grown up,
Right,
and make your decision to not waste money for grown up reasons.
Yeah.
And we're both learning to be grown ups, and it's not an instantaneous process.
Yeah, that's why I get, I somewhat sympathize with Britney Spears because like being under conservatorship for so long and having people control your life for so long, once you get that freedom, it's there's growing pains with that. It just doesn't go like, oh well, all of a sudden she's great with her finances. Like,
right.
She's had someone control her finances for a decade.
And when you first get out from underneath that, you feel like you still feel like you're reacting like you're gonna be trapped again, and you need to make haste and do things.
Yes. Again, Hoodie Cat, we just like other things. It's not for everyone.
Well, as social media points out, Britney Spears' loneliness was killing her. As were all the people insisting that she was rats in a tent.
I'm not. I do have sympathy with her. However, I also do understand that she a lot of the times is like victim, and
she's self-inflicted. She's full of self-inflicted wounds, and I can empathize with that.
I guess I can empathize with that too. She's a person I can empathize with more than like be like.
It's hard to blame her because she's genuinely that stupid.
Yes, she is.
If you've ever looked at any of her like tweets or whatever they are, or posts on Instagram, it's just the sentences, no capitalization. Each sentence, no punctuation, except it ends with like 4 exclamation points. Like every sentence. She's always exclaiming things.
Yeah, she is.
So it's hard to blame her for being bad because in every instance, she's just being stupid. If you're that stupid, you stop really having responsibility for things you do. Every time she does something, she's like, I'm sorry.
I know.
I'm Whitney. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Yes. It's like that skit. I'm a baby.
You can't blame me. I'm just Whitney.
Yeah. Like smoking meth right in front of the paparazzi.
Yeah.
Like.
Oh my God, I'm British. You want to look at my boobs?
I mean, it is sad. It's sad because some of her actions are now affecting her relationship with her with her children, which is heartbreaking. But like, you forgot about her cooter, huh? Yeah, she's all about showing her off. She's just dumb.
I like to dance. I'm dancing for 4 hours on meth. Oh, I got these things to help my legs feel better.
You know how I know she's a ESFP and not an ISFJ?
Oh.
She one time, like, she was reading this book about astrology, and her, that guy Sam, whatever, he was one of her many bad boyfriends.
Oh
The
yeah.
most recent one that she married.
Someone trying to take advantage of her.
Yeah, she was like looking into their compatibility astrologically, and I can tell my sister, since she's an ISFJ, she comes to me if she's not really like I don't think she's ever done like synastry between um her boyfriend and her. She asked me.
What type do you think your boyfriend has? Same type as
I
her?
have no idea.
Similar type. He seems FE.
He does seem FE. And he likes to do a lot of things. They're foodies together.
So the question is just, is he FE with NI or FE with SI?
I think it's SI. I get heavy.
So we're thinking ISJ or ESFJ. Maybe ESFJ.
He could be an ESFJ.
What are those two types called in socionics? If you have like ENTP, INTP,
I think.
ESFJ, ISFJ.
I don't know.
Is that the final or is that the score right now? But yeah, let me see.
Well, Kevin Federline is just. He's
He's
just looking for money.
K-Fed is just, scraping as we all have to.
I don't discard what he says just because he's Kevin Federline. I do believe that what he says about the children being nervous, being around Brittany, I do believe that. I think that their children are like very much like is mom gonna die? Like
Children are probably like normal people, and then Brittany's like, I'm Brittany.
yeah.
Yeah, we know that, Mom. You're Brittany. Are you cool or? You want dance? Yeah. All right, kid. You children are no fun at all. I'm not that innocent, okay? We can do fun stuff. Any of you guys ever smoke meth?
I think she has in front of them.
You want to try it? It's fantastic. I tell you, it's amazing. After you smoke it, we can just dance and dance.
I think that's another reason why she's a ESFP and not a ISFJ, is that she has so much energy. Okay, so I'm looking ESFJ.
I can't type people from the chat, Elias. I have no idea what type you are.
Mirror
Anytime I've tried that in the past, it's been terrible. Mirror relations is what it's called?
Yeah.
What does socionics say about mirror relations?
Let's see.
They're kind of like each other, but one of them's extroverted and one of them's introverted.
Yeah, basically. These are relations of mutual correction. Mirror partners have similar interests and ideas, but slightly different understanding of the same problems. Each partner can see only half of one problem. Therefore, the partners always find what the other partner is thinking interesting. Usually, partners quickly realize that they're very like-minded. That sounds like their relationship. They seem to be very like-minded. I mean, they're always traveling.
Well, I had a relationship of sorts, not sexual, with a INTP woman. She was my right-hand man at my job at Kudos.
That must have worked out well.
Well, it turned out that essentially my ways were not TE sound enough for her, and her ways were not NI sound enough for me.
Oh.
In terms of our personal relationship, we talked about maybe working together with autonomy debate, and she was more practical and TE about it, and I was more sprung on Adderall and coming up with random ideas, But it's different absolute values. For her, extroverted intuition was a tool, but not the end in itself. And for me, it was an end in itself. and that causes ultimately means there's a values conflict between the two people. If they get into, say, a long-term intimate relationship, they're going to run afoul of each other's one one thing that's valued absolutely is instrumental for the other across the board. Like INTP absolute values are TI, um, SI. ENTP absolute values are NE and FE, and so SI and TI are instrumental, etc. So it's that way all across the board. You got value conflicts. Wait. What do you mean we're just doing this for some other reason? No, we're doing this for it itself. That conversation will end up happening in various incarnations.
I feel like if you put a group of people in a room together, like an ENTP and INTP will gravitate towards each other.
Yeah. I mean, there's an instant compatibility because
Yeah.
they both speak basically the same language.
Yeah.
And I think because both of them have lower FE, that makes them more likely to go with what's comfortable too.
That's true. But it's the same thing. Like with ENFJs,
You gravitate to them.
I think we gravitate towards each other maybe, because I can be like, I had this like weird thing happen, like the universe like set it up, and like an ENFJ would be like, oh my god, I know what that means.
Quadras are huge for friendships. Like the people you talk to on the phone are both beta quadra, or Karen is not really on the phone. It's, I don't know, you guys are watching a show or something.
Yeah,
I'm not sure how you do it.
Through the computer.
Oh, through the computer, okay.
Yeah, and then we talk like almost every day on the phone.
Right, so those are quadra people for you.
Mm-hmm.
And Ruben and Zandy are quadra people as well.
Yep.
Quadra people are important friendships. For me, I've got Dave Porter, who's my dual in my life.
Yep.
And I also have other SI person, ISTJ, Cameron.
Matt, right?
Got Matt's an INTP. Yeah. Well, we don't chat much. And in terms of media, I watch a lot of stuff in my quadra. Although I determined today that Adam is actually an INFP.
Who?
Adam, the channel Adam, that guy who goes on like public transportation, got black hair, kind of bushy eyebrows.
Okay.
I used to think he was an ISFJ, but now I think he's an INFP.
I don't know his stuff really.
You've probably been here when I was watching at some point, but not probably paying attention to it. All right, let's see what's going on in this football game. Iowa is driving. Iowa is throwing the ball downfield to nobody. There's nobody there. Okay. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to make this small. I can put this other thing over here too. Even though it's a hassle to do this, I'm going to do it. BPD relationships are a nightmare big time. Oh, you are not joking one bit about that. They're life-destroying, trauma-inducing horror shows.
For real.
Life-destroying, trauma-inducing horror shows. I think it's a good description of a normal person in a relationship with a BPD person.
And I don't mean to. I could speak for Eric too when I say that we don't mean to offend you or like to like point fingers at you, Black Star. I know you have BPD, but you're very like.
Well, Black Star is BPD. I didn't know that. Well, regardless, that's what I have to say about it.
No, but
maybe I'm just projecting my own experience, but no, Rachel doesn't have BPD.
I used to think that BPD and bipolar disorder were the same things, BPD is borderline personality disorder. It's a personality disorder, not
Bipolar is like one of the things like schizophrenia. It makes you
Yeah.
actually crazy, but but what it does, it makes
I
you
know.
actually crazy,
I know.
as opposed
It's
to
a
just
chemical thing.
toxic like dark triad stuff, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. Black Star is that you are you have BPD and you're very aware that.
Bipolar induces psychosis, okay, which is not like sociopathy or anything. Psychosis, having a psychotic break means you're crazy. I don't know what to say. It's like try not sleeping for 2 weeks and see how you feel.
Then that you'll know what it's like to have
Then you'll know what
bipolar.
crazy bipolar is. Okay,
Yeah.
it's you, but you haven't slept for 2 weeks,
Yeah.
and you have a lot of trouble distinguishing what's real and what's just in your imagination and stuff.
And no, bipolar is not like sociopathy.
Yeah, like you do some crazy some stuff that doesn't make a lot of sense. You know?
Yeah, I thought that Eric was in the costume of my ex-boyfriend. Like literally, I thought that he had a microphone talking to my ex-boyfriend. Like,
We're talking way crazier than that, Anna, okay? Like what Rachel is saying here, and calling me by his name, and then also squirting the hose in the garage
ugh,
because
I thought
she
my
thought her
cousins
were having sex in the car.
Oh my god.
That kind of crazy, okay? It's
Ugh.
very different than
So.
what it's not. You know what? Don't be embarrassed because I tell you something. It made clear to me a lot of things about like mental illness and the realities of it, and I learned a lot. So and it ultimately it was something that you and I went through that was difficult, but we've been through a lot of things that are difficult,
Yeah, we have.
and some of them are from my side of things. Like my dad decided to do that stuff. The bottom line is we're in it together regardless. No point. Neither of us is keeping score. You know what I'm saying?
Thanks, First Last.
They call it emotionally unstable personality disorder now, which better describes the disorder.
Yeah.
What BPD you're talking about? It's best described as the following way. I was not loved properly as a child, and now as an adult, I want to force my partner to love me as a child should be loved unconditionally, regardless of my behavior. And I'm going to continually test the limits of that love until this person leaves me because that's what people I love do because I learned that in childhood. My expectation is that this person will abandon me. I don't want that to happen, but I expect it to happen, and I end up making it happen. Hopefully. If I don't make it happen, then I'm ruining someone's life.
Like ruining. Like I don't know. I guess at the point with Harris that like he ghosted me and stuff, I must have been kind of ready for it to happen cuz I still was able to like move on. But if someone just like straight up like fucking ruin like first of all bombed being like I love you so much. I'm so interested in you. I want to know all about you. Like I love you. Like this aren't things that we're saying to me. I'm just general.
Whereas I was like, I love you, Rachel. Now let me tell you about me and other things.
You?
That's how I approached it. Instead of I want to learn everything about you, I was like, I love you. Now let me tell you about me and other things.
No. It wasn't extreme. It wasn't like I'm sure you were Black Star. I'm sorry for that. It really does like fuck with your attachment style.
I mean, it defines who you are to be abused by the child. It's
Yeah.
horrible, and it defines who you are for the rest of your life, and not good ways, you know.
No, you're fine,
But
Black Star.
it's possible, maybe, you know. My thing is, I don't think it's very possible to overcome those deeply rooted expectations maps that you have, but it's conceivable to me. I could imagine somebody understanding their way into different behavior. So even though I don't think that almost ever happens, it's not impossible, and it's something that someone could certainly aspire to and attain if they wanted it badly enough. You think you're too damaged, Elias? I don't think you're too damaged. How old are you, Elias? Rich and I aren't going anywhere. Don't worry about that.
No.
I'm too nice in a sense and overthinking to be sure if I was ever abusing, ask people if I was abused or not. That's strange. I don't know about that. 23, you're fine. Okay, Elias? You have your whole life in front of you. You just need to get past your current problem, just like Isaiah Rude. You know,
Yeah.
you gotta, you're gonna have to get sober or die at some point, or end up in jail or something, right? Those are your choices. So, how long will it take you to get sober? Once you get sober, all this moaning and groaning about everything will go away. It'll be replaced by a brief pink cloud, and then you'll have the reality of being not able to drink alcohol. The number one thing you should do when you quit drinking alcohol, in my opinion, is smoke a lot of weed.
I know, but what if
But if that doesn't work for you, then don't do that.
yeah. But what would you suggest as another
Find something else that gives you some kind of head change if you need it that you can do sustainably and it's not horrible for
That's
you.
the thing. I think that's what I was trying to express before about Lily Allen in that like when you're going through something really horrific, I think it's important to have something where you can, like I said, take the edge off, or like, yeah, just kind of.
Is that intentional grounding? I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Yeah, I feel you, dog.
Like,
Just being, just having going from being drunk to nothing in your head is a totally different thing. It's like it's reasonable to want some kind of direct change to your emotions, physical, you know, your
yeah.
mental state. I mean, anyway, okay, so let's watch this football game. That, to me, if you ask me, that was intentional grounding. Iowa, with a minute and 55 seconds left, fourth and goal, they're going for it. It was not called intentional grounding, even though I think it should have been because he threw it to nobody outside of the end zone and was not outside the pocket. He runs for the touchdown. Iowa just takes the lead on Oregon with a minute 51 left. This interesting, very interesting. Yeah, I know. You lose all interest in everything when you're depressed. Depression is best defined as the inability to find joy in things you used to find joy in. You typically have, you know. That's the best definition of it, I think. If you want to have an operationalized definition to test to see if somebody is. Oh, I'm sorry, Putty Cat. Well, you better catch up, man. You better catch up because I'm going to be commentating this game now. This is so good. So I was going for two to try to make it a 3-point lead. They currently have a 1-point lead, so an extra point wouldn't do me any good with a minute and 51 seconds left. That's plenty of time for Oregon. They have all three of their timeouts. So Oregon has only this far in the game put up 15 points though. Oh, did he get in? I think he's out of bounds. Oh, he's called in. According to that, it's a 3-point lead. We're not having anything to enjoy because he's going to do anything. Well, I mean, it's like it's a motivation thing, right? One way or the other. You're not feeling motivated to do the things that would make you feel better, and accordingly, it's this vicious cycle. You know, he's out of bounds. That is not 2-point conversion. He's out of bounds. Clearly out of bounds. I guess he does a little tippity tap and try to jump back. How did they call that inbounds in the first place? Ah, okay. No, Elias, you're fine. You don't bother me one bit. I think you're quite pleasant. There's zero reason for the self-loathing around here. Okay. Oh, first last, right. I've never had any bad experiences with you at all. How did they even call that in the first place? That official was crazy. It was so clearly out of bounds. Clearly not a catch. So I was up by 1 point. A field goal will win the game. I have never had one time that I thought that first last. That's never happened a single time. I've been around here for a long time. I've never thought anything unusual about you, except that you were pleasant talking to me about whatever. I've never never thought single thing about you being like, oh, there's first last again, never mind. I've never thought that. I'm glad you're feeling better, Eric. Like seriously, dude, you're feeling better, and it's cool to see someone like you can throw better. I am bettering as well. I'm better. I'm doing a better job with my throw. Are all the girls in Iowa able to shuck corn? That's the question we're asking tonight, no more. All girls in Iowa shucking all their corn. Come over here and shuck my corn, Bessie. Come over here and shuck my corn, Bessie, is the title of that song. Come over here and shuck my corn. Come over here and shuck my corn. Come over here and shuck my corn, Bessie. Old-fashioned songs. I was very impressed with Randy Newman when I learned that he is the songwriter for My Little Buttercup.
Yeah.
He must have been instructed, like, we need a song that sounds like it's from the 1920s and is, like a romancy song. And he came up with this perfect thing. It sounds like, when you hear it, it must have been a song from a long time ago.
I thought it was.
It's such a good song. My little buttercup has the sweetest smile. You sure are, first last. You're gonna listen to me sing this song. We can build a meow with a cottage built for two. Oh, my little buttercup, sweet little buttercup, my little buttercup, I love you. Rachel does not have any Barbie dolls that I know of. But she's got a secret stash of them somewhere. If she did, I'd steal them and put them in with my dolls.
I've replaced Barbie dolls with lipstick.
Rachel collects lipsticks. I'd like to count the total amount of lipsticks. I think that'd be a good short. Count them on film and then try to speed it up so it's like 20 seconds of me counting them all.
Should it be called like overconsumption?
I think it'd be called too many lipsticks! Exclamation point.
Sorry.
It's fine. We all have our little things. I don't have any Ken dolls. No, I don't like that size of doll.
Too big.
Yeah, I'm basically married to the smaller size of doll.
Yeah.
I need things to be scaled to each other.
Although, like Sasquatch and
Well, they should be bigger than Tiffany, right? They're big.
That's true.
Like Godzilla is actually a little small in scale.
Yeah.
Given how big Godzilla is. All right. Let's see. It's good that Tiffany can ride Godzilla, like that. It's good to have things to scale. If I have super big people, then that messes up the scales of things.
I don't have any Barbie dolls anymore. I told Eric about the story about how I got to maybe I don't know, 13, 12. And my mom was kind of like, maybe I told myself this. I'm not sure. My mom probably instilled it in my mind somehow, um, that I shouldn't be playing with Barbies anymore. And then I kind of like agreed with myself. I'm like, yeah, it's time to put them away or give them away or something. I don't know what happened to them. But I would have, honestly, I would have kept on playing with dolls, uh, probably till I was like 15.
Barbie, Barbie, Barbie. Like, what did you play with Barbie? Did you have her have sex with Ken?
Sometimes.
Were they married?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did they have kids?
Mm-hmm.
And did you include the kids when you're playing with them?
Oh, sure.
Like, what kind of things did you have them do?
Like, they would go to school. I would just, like, as if I was playing house.
So Barbie would like do the dishes and stuff.
I guess, kind of. Maybe not dishes, but
Did you ever have them go on any adventures?
not really.
Like fighting alligators or something?
See, we should have played Barbies together.
Yeah, we would have had a lot
Yeah.
of fun. Well, we do kind of now sometimes,
Yeah,
but
we do.
something I'm going to have to reincorporate into my life more. Good catch. First and 10, 50 seconds left, clock ticking. Oregon has 2 timeouts left. They only need a field goal to win the game. Their field goal kicker is going like this, like practicing. Hike goes the ball and is thrown for a first down. Oregon at the 50-yard line now with 34 seconds left. They're going to need about another 15 yards to realistically get a good field goal attempt. Almost 20, according to this thing, where they have the red line at the 33-yard line. Oh my goodness! Did he catch that? Wow! Wow! Look at this. Oh my goodness!
Talk about right in his hands.
Oh wow! This is some incredible football today. That catch earlier was crazy, and then how does he? He just puts it right there. What a quarterback, man! He put it right on his hand.
Yeah.
That's incredible. It's a big catch for Oregon. I guess they must have called the timeout. You're jamming, you're jamming, you're jamming, you're jamming. Hope you like a jamming too. You
went through a Bar Marley phase, didn't you?
I guess I heard it a lot in college.
Yeah, that's what made me, like, I remember you saying that you listened to him in college.
I think I had like a greatest hits album of his I listened to.
That's good.
I didn't really like buy all of his stuff or anything.
Greatest hits albums are good though.
Yeah, convenient for
Yeah.
that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. Back in the day when this is before streaming and stuff, It was in the very early 90s, like before Napster. Oh, he tries to do it again. 19 seconds left. What yard line are they at? Are they within field goal range yet? They need to save one time out for the field goal. 19 seconds left. Or are they at the 30-yard line? Who does SC play next? I know we've got Oregon on the schedule at Autzen. I think we might get Iowa next at home. Oh, Oregon's going to win this game. They use the second timeout. They still have one left. They're already in field goal range. There's only 11 seconds left. The only way Iowa wins this game is if the field goal kicker misses an easy field goal. Which is possible. It's very high intensity situation. I mean, high leverage moment. High pressure for the field goal kicker. High G. just to let you know, we are winding down here. I'm done with my mushroom experience, more or less, which was very pleasant, but probably should have eaten a little bit more than I did. All right, well, here we go, everybody. It's looking like Oregon is going to win this game. It's 3rd and 4. They're already in field goal range. They have one timeout left. They're on the 22-yard line. They're going to run another play for some reason. Probably, as I think the announcer just said, to center the ball on the field or put it on the hash mark where the kicker wants it. Because they're on the 25-yard line? 27.
Oh,
Wow, they're going for the touchdown. Why bother? That's so risky and dumb. That is dumb. Why attempt that?
that was dumb.
I mean, you run the risk of getting intercepted. Lots of things. I mean, what you wanted to do there is maybe run the ball to put it where on the field where you want it, and run the clock down to like 3 or 4 seconds, and then take your last time out, etc. Instead, they throw a pass which stops the clock, leaves 7 seconds left. It worked out okay for them, but now they can delay a game penalty unless there was another timeout called. Oregon took his final timeout. One of these two teams will have a second in-conference loss, and I think we play both of them. Good night, Black Star. I hope you sleep well. Don't let the bed bugs bite. We will enjoy the rest of the evening. I'm probably going to take a nap. Atticus Sappington? The kicker's name is Atticus Sappington? That's a fantastic name.
That is.
I think maybe I've encountered him before this season. He seems familiar, but I'm impressed by it again. Yes, 2 fingers back to you, Black Star. These 2 fingers. And the kick is up, and it is good. That's going to put Iowa's hopes and dreams into the trash bag. They're now going to be 6-3. They're going to drop out of the rankings. Meanwhile, Oregon's going to advance to 8-1. They're going to move up from the 9 slot, possibly, if anybody ahead of them is lost. Bang. Boom. Kick through the uprights. Atticus Sappington is an old money name. It's a great name for a character in a book, right?
It is. Atticus Sappington.
Atticus Sappington gets 3 points for the Oregon Ducks. And Ferentz, is that his name? Coach Ferentz? Or what did he just say? Kurt Ferentz. Yeah, Ferentz. He looked very like, oh, fuck. When that kick was made. Sappington getting congratulations from his team, but now he's got to go out and kick the kickoff. There's 3 seconds left. It's not impossible that Iowa could run it all the way back for a touchdown, for example. My type is ENTP, back from China. I'm an ENTP. You gotta be the ENTP. Yeah. So, right now, I'm an ENTP who's watching Oregon beat Iowa. They're about to kick off. There's only 3 seconds left. Iowa most likely will try to run it back, but it's conceivable that they'll just fair catch it. Now they got to run it back. Oh, it's over. Oh, he fumbled. Oh, it's over. It's over. The ball's dead. Game's over. Oregon wins. Now, what I want to do, I want to look at the USC schedule coming up. Let me see this here. USC. So what do we have coming up? We've got Iowa. That's right where I thought. Iowa, then Oregon, and UCLA. We got to play both the teams I was just watching right now. Next week, 11:15. That's Saturday the 15th at 12:30. Let's see what TV it's going to be on because if it's on ESPN, that's a problem. Unless and until YouTube TV reinstates their relationship with Disney via a new contract. So we got this one. I don't know what TV it's going to be on. Does it say anywhere? It doesn't say. I'm sure it'll be on TV. If it's not, it's going to be on Big Ten TV, and that's fine. I got the Big Ten thing, so I can watch all the Big Ten games. Currently, Texas A&M is throttling Missouri. Vanderbilt clinging to a 1-point lead over Auburn. We got number 23 Washington. I did not know they were ranked, tied with Wisconsin in the third. I could watch that game.
Let's do it. I'm not ready to do this.
It's on Big Ten Network, so we can watch that one.
Cool.
Yeah. Are you already in the stream?
Sure.
Yeah, I think I'm ready to chill out for a little bit. Thanks for being here, you guys. I really appreciate everyone who's been here throughout the whole stream, whether you're still here or not. And we love you, and we'll see you later.
Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.